First bill will be House Bill 829, Delegate Ruth, and I see that she is here, followed by House Bill 1195, Delegate Wu, and House Bill 1201, Delegate Solomon. The first two bills are have been jointly assigned by to us and ECM, and Delegate Solomon's bill has been jointly assigned to us and Appropriations. Now, after the Delegate Solomon bill, that'll be followed by House Bill 1223, Delegate Embry, then House Bill 821, Montgomery County Delegation, being presented by Pam Queen, followed by House Bill 887, St. Mary's County Delegation, being presented by our very own Delegate Morgan, then House Bill 1037, Charles County Delegation, being presented by our very own Deborah Davis, House Bill 1039, Delegate Dana Jones, House Bill 1073, Delegate Tavares, House Bill 1076, Delegate Wells, after that, House Bill 1121, Delegate Bridges. Finally, last bill of the afternoon will be House Bill 1220, Delegate Conaway. Yes, that would be the last bill. And so, Delegate Ruth, you have the floor for 4 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, presenting House Bill 829, and that's not it. That's not mine. It's okay. If you can't get it, don't worry about it. So we've all seen these new gas stations continue to proliferate, even though we're trying to move away from fossil fuels. And often they're built right next to, you see these giant gas stations built right next to existing gas stations. And there's a lot of concerns about that, including business concerns, but the one I'm talking about today is the health impact. Gas stations releases various compounds that are known to have health impacts. The one that's a particular concern is benzene, which has been linked to cancer diagnosis, classified by the EPA and others as a known human carcinogen. We've done a lot of work in reducing the impact of benzene. Underground storage tanks are much more protected. We have vapor recovery systems. So there's a lot that we're doing in order to try to reduce these toxic chemicals being released into the air. However, I'm working with a scientist, Dr. Marcus Hilpert, who's probably the world's leading expert on this, and he's done a lot of research. Unfortunately, he was unable to be here today, but his research has really shown that in spite of all these different systems, there's still benzene leaking out in various places. It can seep into the concrete. He's actually done specific work on that. From the concrete, it can evaporate. There's leaks, sometimes the onboard, he's done research on the onboard recovery systems. Those can leak as well. So benzene is still getting out into the environment. And there you go. There's my slide. Thank you so much. And so this shows the cancer risk. Up on the left-hand side of the chart is the cancer risk per million. So the dotted line is a risk of 5 per million. The curved lines are what he has estimated, and this is unpublished research. He wanted me to make sure to emphasize that this is unpublished research. Those are lines that show the decreasing cancer risk with distance. So the bottom line, the pinkish one, is in California, where they have much stronger emissions controls than we do. The cyan line is in Maryland. So where the cyan line
does cyan mean bluish?
Bluish. I'm sorry. The bluish line where it impacts the dotted line is where 5 per million cancer risk would be in Maryland. And the purple line is for double the emissions where the cancer risk would be. So for example, when you have 2 gas stations next to each other. And so you can see that the cancer risk there is, he's estimating around 300 feet. It would be 5 per million when there's double the risk. So this bill is very simple. It just requires new gas stations to be set back a distance. And I said 1,000 feet, but that was, I didn't have the benefit of this research when I put that in. I'm glad to amend that to a different number that would be more appropriate with the research, just to make sure that we're not having cumulative impact from these gas stations. Whether, new gas stations are coming in next to each other and essentially doubling the cancer risk in the surrounding communities. And so with that, I would ask for a favorable report.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor? Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Delegate, for bringing this bill. Just a clarifying question, maybe. When you're talking about construction of a new gas station, because I know a lot of gas stations end up moving into old gas stations, and they, sometimes they've torn up the, whatever tanks are underneath. And so I guess my question is, what constitutes new construction of a new station in this case?
The bill is silent on that, and that's actually a very good question, Delegate. I appreciate the question, and I hadn't had time to think that through, but I would think if it's a new station that's occupying an existing one where there's already, built, then that would be okay. If it's actually constructing the underground storage tanks and that, the equipment that's needed, that would be considered a new station. And it does grandfather in because these stations, I understand, can take maybe even 10 years to build from the time that the land is purchased, and just to get through all the approvals. That's what I've been told. So it does grandfather in stations, and I don't remember the exact date, but for which there's a signed contract before. I apologize, I don't remember what date we ended, but so it does grandfather in stations which already have a signed contract and are going through the approval process.
Okay, thank you.
There appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much, Delegate. Let's proceed to the opponents, Sarah Price and Ellen Valentino. I see Ellen. Oh, and I see Sarah also. Okay. Two minutes each. Who would like to go first? Ellen.
No, I will. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino, and I'm here representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors. So those are the owners of convenience stores and service stations. And we are in opposition to this bill. One point, and I guess the primary point, is that when there goes to be a reconstruction or a new build, it is an extremely local process. And we just do not think that this bill should be a statewide benchmark or a ceiling for when and if a community chooses to either allow for a reconstruction or a new build of a service station. And I only stress that because service stations aren't just service stations anymore. And I say this always, they're beacons in the night. They really are, particularly in many communities. And this setback may be a good idea for one county, and they can make that determination, but it just might not make sense in another community based on that geographic outline. So it's just a simple what? These decisions and zoning decisions should be done locally, and I would think that it would be not the best policy to set a high zoning mark for every community, particularly on this changing market of what we're defining as a convenience store service station. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association in respectful opposition to this proposal. We believe that it would negatively impact development in Maryland and inappropriately restrict competition between businesses. I think something that we all need to acknowledge is that retail service stations are a necessary aspect of our transportation infrastructure in the state. Whether we are moving away from fossil fuels, trying to encourage more EVs, people need places to get the power to their cars so that they can get to the places where they need to go. And as we see continued expansion in communities like Columbia and along the I-270 and I-70 corridors, we need to make sure that businesses are able to keep up with consumer demands. Frederick has long been a sort of bedroom community for DC, and we're seeing more and more people moving out west, moving away from the city centers as telework has proliferated throughout the state and the country. But we don't know if teleworking is going to continue. People may need to go back to the office. They're going to have to get to the places where they need to go. The implication in the proposal is that in addition to health concerns, there are also more gas stations than are necessary. But a business is not going to open a location in an area where they think they're not needed, particularly something as investment heavy as a gas station. So requiring that new locations would need to maintain a setback distance of over 3 football fields. We believe it would restrict construction and provide a policy route of protection for existing businesses, thereby removing even playing fields for businesses to compete based on their prices and quality of service. So for that reason, we would urge an unfavorable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Terrazza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 things, actually 1 thing. In terms of the locals controlling this through zoning, isn't it correct that most jurisdictions have Euclidean zoning that would allow, so basically you might have a whole area that is zoned in a way that gas stations are allowed in the whole area?
I don't want to talk in an absolute.
Right.
Generally, that was the case. But now, more often than not, service stations, particularly ones that have a larger footprint, are required unconditional use and have to go through a separate process in and of itself on that. I have seen that in Howard County. I've seen that right now, to be honest with you, today as we speak, there's a bill pending before Prince George's County Council that does something extremely similar to this. So no, it's not a blanket anymore. Things have changed, and these rules around these type of facilities have become very individualized county by county.
So, but conditional uses aren't based on need. In my experience on the county council and in the zoning board, we never had the ability to just say, gosh, there's already another gas station, so we can't have another gas station.
I think, but I'm not very specific to your, not to get into a debate. There are large public hearings when it comes to the location of these facilities.
Right.
And there are rules and benchmarks. And in particular, I'm thinking in terms of the Howard County. There were changes to rules during processes. So it remains a very extreme local process, and it is not if you want a site, they can't reject you, because I can show you time and time where these locations have been rejected because of public comment or zoning nuance change by the deliberating body.
But not because another one exists.
I think Prince George's County has discussed, if not passed language that would allow for
I don't know.
George's
I don't
County
know.
is-
But need is a critical factor in deliberation, I think, in the zoning process in many of the locales. I'm not challenging you. I
Okay,
just
no, I hear you.
know that
Okay.
need is a benchmark that is a hurdle, become more and more of a hurdle that needs to go over as these stations are developed or redeveloped.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you, Ellen.
It's great to see you.
You mentioned a Prince George's County bill. I'm not familiar with that. Is that relating specifically to gas stations?
It is.
Okay, great. And I'm just curious what MAPTA's position on that one is.
Right now, we are reviewing it. I'm here today. I couldn't teleport, although sometimes I wish I could. But I suspect that we'll be submitting comments on that proposal, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just curious if you could reiterate what you said. I didn't catch all of what you said about it being a statewide bill. What is the concern? I hear you delving into individual counties such as Prince George's and zoning and land use issues, but what is your concern about it being statewide?
I'm gonna repeat your question. As the older I get, the less I can hear too. You want me to re-specify my position and concern over statewide? Because I think these decisions should be local. I think it depends on the need of the community or the geographic dynamic of the community. Again, we have seen, I think, service stations change from what I remember as an individual to what potentially has become a center of a community. I do think that these decisions need to be determined at the local level, how and if they want to expand their commercial corridor to include something which I believe is a benefit to the community. Thank you.
Follow up. Do you mean just strictly in terms of it being a siting decision, or are you talking about additional considerations, conditions? And I will just say as an aside, having served for 8 years in the Prince George's County Council, in my opinion, Prince George's is not a good standard to hold up, only because we do land use and zoning so differently than anywhere else in the state of Maryland. It's entirely unique.
I don't agree. I do not,
Specific to citing, when you talk about it being the need for it to be a local decision or other conditions that get attached, or
no,
both?
I think it's specific to the development of this type of business as a whole. I'm not trying to skirt the answer. The development, do you want a convenience store that sells heat oil, propane to your communities, or gasoline? And I think that decision should be at the table of the local county council or the zoning board. Or at a minimum, they should not have a barrier that would prohibit, they should not have a ceiling or a floor ceiling to look at as they make that deliberation. That's what we think. Thank you.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm wondering, would you feel more comfortable if the bill said it would authorize local jurisdictions to do so?
I think that would be fine, but in all fairness, I think they can do this now. I don't understand what that would add, but I am not a zoning attorney.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you, everybody. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 829. Let's proceed to House Bill 1195. Delegate Wu is in our committee for the first time. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Oh, Ginny Thomas. Okay. All right, go ahead. You have 4 minutes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Bob, Vice Chair Stein, and the members of the Environment and the Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Cha Wu, delegate from District 9A. It is my honor and a privilege to present my first ever bill to this committee. House Bill 1195 requires some land use petitioners to disclose the ownership of the applicant. Disclosure of ownership is limited to land use petitions. Furthermore, the only petitioners who would be required to disclose ownership are those few land use petitioners who are using an entity name to hide their real motives or past practices from decision makers who need to be fully informed. Although required ownership disclosure is common in other jurisdictions, individuals in Howard County and many other Maryland jurisdictions have been successful in concealing the identity of actual owners. That's why we see so many LLCs in the campaign finance report. Constituents seek, and we believe you agree, that transparency fundamentally requires disclosure of those hidden individuals owning entities which are petitioning for land use benefits. Ethics also essentially require disclosure of the individuals owning entities seeking government benefits. On the national level, in 2021, the United States Congress passed the Corporation Transparency Act, which requires the disclosure of beneficial owners from corporations, limited liability companies, and other entities formed in the United States. HB 1195 removed this non-disclosure tool used by some entities, which profit to the disadvantage of the common good. There is no reason why entities that petition for land use tax benefit, tax incentives, exemptions, waivers, and other beneficial treatment should not disclose the ownership of the entity filing the petition. We also filed an amendment, which Legislative Service published this last Friday, and to narrow the disclosure of ownership to be more specific and be more limited. Also, the amendment resolved the note that by the business law section of Maryland Bar Association that a separate section I-407 is unnecessary and redundant. That section was removed. My office sent you the amendment on Monday yesterday. We want to hold developers accountable, make our government and zoning boards transparent, and at the same time, we want to focus on the key players in this business who own more than 10% stakes of a developer entity. Ones dealing with public goods and asking for tax exemptions, tax benefits, tax incentives, waivers, and this should be no hidden secret. They need to disclose the ownership to the public. More must be done to protect the public interest. Public interests are vulnerable and valuable. Public assets can be taken advantage of. Officials could be misled by powerful, persuasive, and professional experts who withhold complete information. Fragile, scarce public assets must be better protected for a better outcome. Making the ownership structure transparent and publicly accessible will help our normal people be informed and get the government in check. For the physical impact, the bill is not expected to directly impact local and state revenues. I'm asking for a favorable report on HB 1195 as amended. So before our panelists start, I would like to welcome our two new, I shouldn't do that, right? And our Ginny Thomas, our House of Delegate from 1983 and 1994, and Ms. Liz Bobo, former Howard County Executive and House of Delegates, 1995-2015.
Yeah, I sat next to Liz when I was on this committee way back during the Jurassic era. So, so let me go through you have a number of virtual witnesses. The first is Hiryu Hadgu. I know I must have mispronounced your name. So please tell us how your name is pronounced. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Hiryu Hadgu on behalf of Howard County Citizens Association. We are gratified to see this important legislation taken up by your committee here, and we thank Delegates Wu, Simmons, and Vogel for introducing it. This bill is about quality of life. It's about infrastructure. It is about transparency, ethics, public trust, and increasing accountability in our local government. Zoning and land use decisions, while being the most consequential of all decisions on a daily basis that affect us, receive very little scrutiny, and it's primarily due to the influence of LLCs that play a role in campaigns, in our local campaigns. We in Howard County have witnessed firsthand the role of campaign contributions play on these decisions. In 2022 alone, hundreds of thousands of contributions were made to candidates, some of them receiving 80% or 80 to 90% of the contributions being from developers. The LLCs are established to obscure the owners and beneficiaries of land use decisions in such a way that such beneficiaries can give campaign contributions from multiple sources to the same candidates. Last year, community activists were able to identify that certain land developers were able to skirt the legal campaign contribution limits through these instruments in Howard County. So, tracking these LLCs is a very tedious task, and it's like playing a game of whack-a-mole. Every election year, they come up with these new LLCs, and it's very difficult. So we really urge you to issue a favorable report on this, because this is critical to increasing accountability in county government, which is sorely needed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Fred Tutman. Welcome back to the committee. Fred, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My testimony is in favor of this bill. I'm Fred Tutman, a 20-year veteran of the waterkeeper movement in the Chesapeake Bay. I've spent over 20 years testifying on zoning and land use matters related in each of the 7 counties, Patuxent. The odds are usually against our cause, I'll admit, in this work, and consequently I've been slapped, sued, punched in the nose, been in a couple of bar fights, and demonized by our adversaries over the years in my service as a riverkeeper. But sometimes I feel this work is like shadow boxing, because we don't truly know who the opposition is. how they're wired into the decision-making process. There can't really be a level playing field where the identity of the players on that field have been concealed. It assures that the long arm of real estate influence remains present but invisible. It corrupts, destroys public confidence in those processes, as well as in the veracity and honesty of the proceedings. A former governor, who I won't mention by name here, has been called out for using 80-plus separate LLCs during the course of his term of office to camouflage the extent and the reality of his real estate conflicts of interest in areas where he had substantial political influence. According to several reliable informants, this reality was responsible for my removal from the State River Commission last year. Many of you know this because many of you actually voted to restore me to that commission, for which, by the way, I deeply appreciate. But the problem is real. When we argue in front of planning boards and adjudicating bodies about land use matters, it's vital for all sorts of reasons that there be honesty and veracity in those proceedings and that those ideas be upheld. Those ideals need to be protected. It can't happen without transparency, and transparency is all this very short and sweet bill calls for. In spite of claims that somehow invades somebody's privacy or discriminates in some fashion against those who have gamed the system in the past in order to obtain subsidies and advantages by proxy behind a veil of secrecy, and while evading the intent of the ethics rules by concealing their conflicts. So it's hard to see who's harmed by transparency, but easy to see how it can result in a more fair and open process that helps level that playing field. I certainly hope you'll advance this legislation to its passage.
Thank you very much. Next, let's welcome back to the House of Delegates former Delegate Virginia Thomas. Ginny, great to see you.
Great to see you, Mr. Chairman. Whoops, I'm using my time right now, sorry. I am supporting this legislation because I believe that the public has a right to know who are the investors of an entity that will be receiving public benefits. We need to be able to research past practices of this entity to see if they did or did not comply with the government regulations attached to the benefit. For example, in Howard County, we had someone apply for getting into the water and sewer district for 1,200 plus units plus 280 healthcare units, so 12,000 units. They got into the water and sewer district in a rural area. They got increased density. And every time I asked at the hearing who are the investors, I was told it was none of my business and that I shouldn't be asking that question. They also got the benefit of MIHU's subsidized benefits. They got problems, could be for our hospital emergency room, increased traffic on 108, et cetera. And also this is supposed to be a CCRC. What if they build it and the state decides there's either no need or only partial need? Then we will have allowed investors that we don't even know who they are to come in, get extensive benefits and not be able to deliver the product. So they will go to the county council and the county and the zoning board and say, now you have to allow apartments, which would or would not be allowed in that rural district normally. So there's tremendous benefits here, and I don't understand why we were not allowed to know who the owners or the investors are so that we could do some research on how dependable or truthful they've been in the past. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's good seeing you again.
It's good to see you. Before I go on to Liz Bobo, you were a member of the Environmental Matters Committee, weren't you?
I was vice chair when I was 12 years there, vice chair of environmental matters when it was also healthcare.
Yeah.
And for the fun of it, for the rural guys, hunting and fishing, which I love too.
We still have that. We still have that.
Oh, okay.
And I'm just curious, who's the chairman that you serve with?
Ron Guns.
Okay, Ronnie, okay. All
Ronnie,
right.
Eastern Shore.
Okay, yep. All right, well, listen, I'm going to have to go to Liz Bobo's. It's always great seeing you, though.
Thank you
Liz,
so much.
are you there?
I'm here.
All right. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Well, I wonder why you can't see me. Can you see me now?
No, I can't.
Moment, honey. Well, I'm clicking on a start video, but it's not starting video.
Well, we
Maybe
can,
we can do
you know
it
what, Liz,
without
we can
video,
hear you.
right? Okay, that's good. I could tell Ginny that she pretty much gave my testimony for me, and I thought it was great testimony, I will say. And I will tell you the background that she and I have in land use planning. The new town of Columbia, founded by Jim Rouse, I think is nationally, if not internationally known for good land use planning. And my husband, Lloyd Knowles, and Ginny Thomas were two of the first members of the county council, which also served as the zoning board in Howard County. So they have she has very good credentials. And I hope that I came along a little bit later, first served on the Board of Appeals, then on the county council, and then was the first woman county executive elected in the state of Maryland. And many of public policy issues were priorities for me: human rights, social justice, the arts. But my heart was mainly with environmental issues. Maryland is a state where it's particularly important. We have the Patapsco River and the Patuxent River and the Chesapeake Bay. So what we do here environmentally has broad impact. And I don't at all believe that developers are bad people. I mean, there are many good developers who are watching out for the environment as they do their work. Jim Rouse, who founded Columbia, was renowned and who I knew well personally, as did Ginny and my husband, was a remarkable developer. But why not pass this bill? Because what could possibly be a good reason for keeping the names of people unavailable to the public? What could possibly come as a benefit from that? I think the answer is nothing. So we should not be messing around with this. We should not change the law. And I really appreciate very much that it has been introduced.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. Just, we sat next to each other on environmental matters when Maggie was the chair, didn't we?
Yeah, could I forget that, Kumar? Of course not.
I'll tell you what, and so
sitting next to quiet Kumar Barve.
You got to hear my mini tirades against the HOA advocates, and I felt it was an example of fascism in modern America. Anyway, it's great hearing your voice, Liz. I'm going to go to Rebecca Snyder, who's here with us, and then we will go to questions. Rebecca, welcome back to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Rebecca Snyder. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland, Delaware, D.C. Press Association. And honestly, the people who came before me did a fantastic job summarizing and with specificity the issues before us. The Press Association obviously stands for transparency. It's a central part of our core mission, and as reporters and journalists. And the stakes are high when you're dealing with real estate. Real estate is not a renewable resource. There's only, but so much land in Maryland. And the public deserves to know what's happening and the disposition when development happens. And so this is a simple bill. It's not onerous. It's a 10%, if an entity owns more than 10%, they need to be disclosed. And that allows not only public officials, but the public to be able to make objective decisions so that they can understand what they're getting into, know the pieces of the puzzle, follow the money, and make the appropriate decisions for their communities. So we urge a favorable report and thank Delegate Wu for bringing the legislation.
All right, we've got a question, at least one question. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Wu, thanks for this bill. Welcome to ENT. So my question, I just wanted to first give you an opportunity to respond to some of the opposition testimony. I mean, they're gonna come up and say that this is going to deter the building of homes. Is that one of the goals of the bill to sort of discourage housing development?
No, not at all. Okay. Right? There's no way we're doing that. We were really trying to say, be transparent, be accountable for this, because when zoning board come to discuss whether they approve or not, right? They have so much information. At the same time, whenever there's development, there are probably some parties say that's not a good development, that's not a good location, right? But they don't know who is behind those applications and what's their real motive. Because in general cases, they will say, we're coming here to develop something for public good. But in reality, it's a business decision, right? They need to make money, right? So we're not trying to deter their development. We just make sure the public and the decision maker has the right information in front of them.
Okay, and that's good. My understanding of zoning decisions was always that the decision should be basically made based on the four corners of the application. And I think it actually, in Maryland law, I think there may be some judicial precedent that the ownership should not be part of the zoning decision. So by making this public, are you concerned that county councils and anyone on the panel, I mean, obviously we have a lot of government experience on the virtual panel, anyone can answer this, but is there a concern that maybe the decision-making bodies, the county councils, the city councils, or whatever, might misuse this information and instead start making zoning decisions based on the identity of the applicant rather than on the four corners, the merits of the application itself?
I don't think that will be a concern. It's better to know them publicly than know them secretly, right? I think there's so many ways they can find out who are the owners from the zoning board. But it's really for the general public, there's no way when they argue in front of the zoning board say that may be a good decision, that may be a bad decision. But for them to dig out who are the real applicants behind those big monies, right? It's very challenging for them to figure it out. That's the intention for this bill.
Yeah, I just worry about a scenario, and just, if you could just tell me why I shouldn't worry about this. I just worry about a scenario where this bill would make it easier for a county council member, for example, to say, oh, Johnny's a 12% owner on this deal. Johnny and I used to grill out together. Oh, Betty is a 13% owner. She's in my fantasy football league with me. And even if they don't explicitly try to help out their buddies, I feel like subjectively or unconsciously, it may cloud their view of the project to know that Johnny or Betty, who I like, are doing this one. Or what if Dave is a 15% owner on a project and one of the county council members knows that Dave is a supporter of Donald Trump or Dave is a supporter of Bernie Sanders? How can we make sure that those types of decisions don't cloud the judgment even unconsciously of these decision makers?
I think that's a great question, right? So, because zoning board members, they have their own experience or maybe their perspective in terms of how they really make a decision, because so many factors. And especially when the board try to approve waivers or exemptions, and sometimes I think the public are really frustrated by, they see they shouldn't grant that waiver or they shouldn't grant that exemption. But the exemption approved, the waiver approved, right? So it's really challenging to make assumptions how they will react in that assumptions. But personally, based on my experience of interaction with many other people, the better they disclose their background, the better for the public to know. And then put the zoning board under check as well. If they know there's a close association, they probably should excuse themselves, right, for example.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Hodgu wants to answer the question. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just if I may, there were a couple of questions I wanted to maybe answer. One is, and this is based on my experience, existing zoning laws have some basic reporting requirements where a petitioner is required to disclose their contributions. I think that the challenge is that, as shared by Delegate Wu, there are several LLCs that are created where the potential beneficiaries are not disclosing themselves, and so there's already if we were to take that the question of people providing disclosure to its and concerns around that to its logical conclusion, then we would not be requiring any sort of disclosure requirements. But we do right now have disclosure requirements, but it's not it's not complete. It's very basic, and I think providing this disclosure requirement would ensure that there's transparency around around people who seek to benefit from this, and and so I think there will be more good from this than any potential adverse impacts, because quite frankly, a lot of these LLCs that are created, if the goal is to, if the beneficiary is providing, through they have their main business entity where they're providing, they're giving campaign contributions, they're reporting that, then why create these multiple LLCs and provide campaign contributions through that? Why not just, so clearly there's sort of like an attempt to skirt those requirements, and the public would benefit greatly from making sure that those, I think there's not an attempt to skirt that. Thank you.
Next question goes to Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Wu, for this bill. Isn't it true that the zoning board, the members of the zoning board, usually know who is behind a petition, and that this is really about making sure the public has that same information?
So it depends, right? So because there's so many layers in terms of one applicant. If one LLC, the other LLC applied for that LLC, right? So there can be chain of ownership. So that's the reason we want to say, okay, who exactly behind that?
Right, and then the other thing is, isn't it true that the zoning board initially makes a decision on whether there's been a change or mistake before they put in a new zoning category? But then there's discretionary decisions, like how many parameters, how much control needs to be put over this particular applicant. And that can be based on experience with that
Exactly.
applicant.
That can be not really objective, more subjective.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you. I just have one question. How would this bill apply to a REIT, where sometimes you may have thousands of owners in the company, and who, as shareholders, they can change, right? They could change by the day, sometimes by the hour or by the minute. How does this bill apply to a company like that?
You can see there's 10% threshold there.
Okay.
So
But I
if
mean,
you
still,
have
that sometimes that could still, like 10% of a company could still be a lot depending upon the size of the REIT that we're talking about. There's some very large ones that 10% could still be a significant number.
I think that being removed from our amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
We definitely don't want to deal with that situation.
Sure. Okay.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate, thank you for bringing this bill. In your amendments, do you define affiliated entity in the bill or any amendments? Just wondering how, would it be 25% common ownership or, certain threshold?
Yes. So in terms of that threshold, we think about it, what's the right threshold, right? And we just look at some documents and choose the 10%. But that number can be adjusted based on if anybody have amendment, feel other number is better. This is our first initial to really bring this to the light for the legislation, right? We don't have any precedent say what the number should be there. So we said 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. There appear to be no further questions for the supporters of the bill. Thank you very much. Let's turn to the opponents. Robert Enton, Lori Graff, Tom Ballantyne.
Should I stay here or?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for so many questions. I'm surprised.
Yeah. Bob, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association. With me is Lori Graff, the CEO, and to my left is Tom Ballantyne from NAIOP, and we're very strongly opposed to this bill. I think, in my 40 years of coming down here, this seems to me to be totally unprecedented, that because you are making an application to a governmental entity, that you must disclose everyone who has any interest in your business. Typically, an application is signed by a CEO Maybe if it's an LLC, it's signed by, one of the members. And I haven't seen the.
And there we go, we're working again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our IT individuals for getting us back up again. That's right, give them a hand. They're
They
working hard.
swooped in incredibly quickly.
They did. It was very fast. So I want to talk about two things. One, a word that it's getting a little overwhelming in this committee is unprecedented. Like, it's never happened. We haven't done it. Look, unprecedented, I shouldn't be here, right? As a woman, as a one black, I shouldn't be here, right? That's unprecedented. So I want to flip the story around and talk about a person in my district who has investors who've given him money to purchase a slew of properties on our main street. Well, he hasn't really made do with them, and there's no way for us to really hold him accountable. Other than that, I would love to know who his investors are so we can let them know that this person has not made do, has not made well with your investments, and has created probably more blight than he has any redevelopment or development. And so I just want you to think about, what do you think about that in that sense, where it's not so much of a zoning issue, but it's an ability, maybe even for a local jurisdiction, to be able to hold that individual accountable for the lack of the management of the investments that someone has entrusted in them.
Well, I don't know, Delegate Boyce. I mean, I'm an attorney. I've been practicing law for a long time.
Yes, sir.
We have corporations. We have LLCs. People invest in those. But in your example, my guess is that if this person has investors, they're aware of what he's doing. We're talking about an application in front for zoning, and having to publicly disclose all of your investors, all of your stockholders. I haven't seen the amendments yet. A publicly traded company, I don't know where that ends up. So I still think that the privacy.
I mean, would you be like open to even somewhat of a clause in the case, like of this case, where this person has certainly legally acquired all these properties, they've purchased them, whether it's through the city or through someone else, but has not made due on them. They're continuing to, for instance, sit, or they have a vacant building notice, which is not necessarily
I think there's probably
illegal, but
information-
it's.
I don't know if you've tried to get information from Baltimore City.
Oh, I have. I
who
mean,
owns
he
them,
has,
or there are
I know
complaints
who the
against them.
person is. We don't know who his investors are.
Right.
And that's what I'd like to know, because I think if there was pressure on those investors, it'd be pressure on the actual manager of these funds to do well, to do better.
I think you got to be careful that you're not going to have a chilling effect on people willing to make investments in real estate. We're under a lot of pressure right now to make sure there's affordable housing
Well,
out
I don't
there.
think that's an issue. I think that's just not the point. I think the point is that people who've got money to invest want to know it's well invested. And if you find out that the person managing your investment is not doing well, you will want to put pressure on them to do something about it. This makes sense to me.
I don't think there are any real estate investors that are signed up in favor of this bill.
Well, that's not what I asked, sir.
But I mean, you think that real estate investors, we represent real estate investors. Nobody is saying that, we need more information about who's investing in companies that are investing in real estate, to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions. Thank you, Delegate Wu. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1195. Let's turn to House Bill 1201. Delegate Solomon. And if you have a panel, feel free to bring them up.
I believe we only have one in person. Want to come up and panel?
No one has signed up to testify against the bill. There are opponents, but nobody's signed up to testify against the bill. So you have Denise Gilmore, Lindsay Mendelson, Kyle Hart.
I think, yeah, Denise, if you want to come up too. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity and for, frankly, the work that you all did on this bill for several years. So this is a retread, but in slightly different form. And I appreciate the opportunity for the record to present House Bill 1201, the Public-Private Partnership Oversight and Review Act. This is year 3, not in succession of bringing this back. And again, for the record, Delegate Jared Solomon. So this is a bill that started out, I'll give sort of a very quick overview of the history for those of you who are new to the committee. This started out in regards to the original proposed plan from former Governor Hogan to widen both 270 and 495. 495, the Washington Beltway, runs through the heart of my district and is something that many of us in Montgomery County were not really consulted on, felt like we had sort of been steamrolled a little bit. And so the bill in its original form back in 2019 was met in a direct response to that, but it also included what we thought were really responsible fixes to the P3 statute that have been on the books in the state for a while now. Flash forward to today, this bill no longer really has any impact whatsoever on the 270-495 project, and frankly, we're really excited to be working with Governor Moore and his team at MDOT on sort of a new path forward that's really committed to engaging with our community, with our local leaders. So this bill is exclusively meant to address what we think are gaps in the P3 statute. And basically, in its current form, other than a couple of provisions which I will touch on, this bill has passed the General Assembly, or excuse me, the House of Delegates in our infinite wisdom, again with the tremendous leadership of Chair Barvey and previous members of this committee. The bill basically is in its current form as it had passed. It most recently passed in 2021 with 97 votes for it. We did add a couple of provisions to the bill that are new. One in particular, which frankly I will admit probably will not be likely to stay in, but is something that I think is really important to at least have the conversation about, giving the legislature essentially final approval over passage of any P3 contracts over $1 billion, because we know frankly how important these contracts are to the state, and when they're not executed appropriately, how awful they go. The Purple Line, which also happens to run through the heart of my district, I think is now almost double over the cost, and has certainly led to a lot of red ink for the state. And well, I was going to say I may be underselling it. Hopefully, it'll carry passengers at some point as well. And then we added 2 other very minor provisions into the bill. One, to make it automatic for the review time that the legislature would get. That's already written in statute. When P3s are executed, the budget committees have an opportunity to review the contract. So this adds in some additional review time depending on the size of the contract. And it also requires that the guaranteed rate of return for a concessionaire is disclosed and is made public, which is obviously really important because these companies don't take on these types of projects out of the goodness of their own heart. They do it because they're able to make, for the most part, a tremendous amount of money, which in many instances for these types of projects that go wrong come at the expense of taxpayers and state governments that wind up footing the bill as well. But everything else that is in this bill has already been voted on by the General Assembly, or excuse me, by the House of Delegates, and honestly comes as best practices in our previous work with the former Treasurer, Treasurer Kopp, with experts from around the country, and really looking at states like Massachusetts, frankly, that is known for its P3s in a variety of different areas, and we incorporated a lot of those types of best practices in it. So I'll spare you the details. It's all in my testimony and in the bill, but happy to take questions and would urge a continued favorable report on this bill. And the one last thing I will say is this is not specific to any one administration. We think these are best practices that are just good for state government.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Your call.
My name is Denise Gilmore. I'm the Legislative Director with AFSCME Council 3. We represent 30,000 state and higher education employees across Maryland. We are very excited to support HB 1201. This is a good government bill. I mean, we've seen P3s work effectively. Delegate Solomon, I think, laid out, certainly some examples of P3s not working so effectively. This bill puts in place important mechanisms to ensure transparency and that there's stakeholder input and that there's a process both when considering P3s, but also when we decide to implement P3s. It's well thought out. It's a measured bill. We think that if we are going to be using P3s in the future, that it certainly makes sense to have these mechanisms in place to ensure that we are being the best guardians of taxpayer money that we possibly can be. I know that's very important to our members. So we urge the committee a favorable report on HB 1201, and thanks for the opportunity to testify.
All righty then. Let's go to Kyle Hart and then Lindsay Mendelson.
Thank you, Chair Barve, and members of the committee. As many of you know, my name is Kyle Hart. I'm with the National Parks Conservation Association. To reiterate, we're a nationwide nonprofit driven by our members, and our mission is to protect and enhance America's national parks. We have 34,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, and we are here today, of course, in support of Delegate Solomon's House Bill 1201. Maryland is blessed with 18 units of the National Park Service, everything from Antietam National Battlefield to Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, Greenbelt Park, and Assateague National Seashore. According to the National Park Service in 2021, 6.7 million visitors and supporters spent an estimated $247 million in local gateway regions visiting National Park Service lands and other sites in Maryland. These expenditures supported almost 3,000 jobs, $130 million in labor income, $215 million in value added, and $344 million in local economic output. National parks are obviously a huge part of Maryland's history, culture, and economy, and I think this bill will work to protect America's national parks for the future. These are resources that are entrusted to the care of the Maryland General Assembly, and when P3 projects can go awry, oftentimes the General Assembly sort of has no leverage to correct the course, sort of leaving the decision in the hands of a few, oftentimes boxing out environmental advocates and federal agencies. Public-private partnerships obviously come in many shapes and sizes and can be certainly a net positive for the community. However, oftentimes when national parks, state parks, and other resources are at risk, the benefit of a public-private partnership shifts away from the public more towards the private. We believe that this bill would ensure that the balance remains sort of in check. So we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's turn to Lindsay Mendelson, who is joining us via Zoom. Lindsay, there we go. The color is now normal on you. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Mendelson, and I'm the transportation representative with the Maryland Sierra Club. The Maryland Sierra Club has 70,000 members and supporters across the state, and I urge a favorable report on HB 1201. Thank you, Delegate Solomon, for introducing this bill. This bill is about good governance and making sure that there is oversight on major P3 transportation projects. The current Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act plan indicates that there's billions of dollars in unfunded transportation projects and programs that are absolutely needed to meet our climate targets, and we need to make sure that those dollars are being spent wisely and won't inhibit us from cutting pollution and building sustainably. Like Delegate Solomon said, this bill would not apply to the current 495 and 270 proposal or the purple line, but those projects have spotlighted major flaws in the P3 process that must be addressed for future projects. If we're signing a contract to hand over our public assets to private sector for decades, we absolutely need to make sure that we're examining that contract under a microscope and that the economic and technological risks of those projects are evaluated. I think that there's often a myth also that these P3 projects are costing zero taxpayer dollars. That's not the case with the 495 and 270 proposal, where the relocation costs of sewers and pipes are up to $2 billion. The draft environmental impact statement indicated that there could be taxpayer subsidies of $482 million if the construction costs and interest rates come in higher than anticipated. $482 million is a lot of money. We're talking about the same amount of money as MTA's capital budget for 1 year. So if we're talking about future projects, we really need to be making sure that there's oversight, and HB 1201 is very prudent and necessary to ensure that happens. Thank you.
We have a question. Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Delegate Solomon, this is intriguing to me. I wanted to ask a question about the the mechanism that for holding this accountable. Would this be through the Legislative Policy Committee? Because we're only in session here 90 days, and we can't just intervene anytime we want to.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Legislative Policy Committee is essentially delegated authority over the review period when we're not in session. We don't create that provision for the $1 billion review piece. Again, that's to start the conversation. I think, as we were talking with council, we weren't 100% sure how to draft it. And I think, well, I would love to see that provision make it through. I think it was more also that provision itself, the new one that we added, is to have a conversation about the legislature's role in approving these types of large projects.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Apparently not. So that ends the public hearing on House Bill 1201. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's proceed to House Bill 1223, Delegate Embry. And thank you to our friends from Appropriations. See you. Is this your first time in our committee?
It is. I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah,
Thank you so
welcome.
much.
And you'll have 4 minutes when you start.
4 minutes, that's too much.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
used to it. Should I start now?
Please do. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and all the members of this committee. So excited to be here. So in 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act established the Homeowner Assistance Fund, and that provides grants and loans to low and moderate income homeowners who are behind on their mortgages, and the goal is to prevent foreclosure. The Maryland Homeowner Assistance Fund, which is administered by DHCD, received $248 million in federal funds, and they have to date spent, according to their dashboard, spent $54 million of that on mortgage assistance. Unfortunately, in many cases, people who are eligible and who have applied for the Housing Assistance Fund relief and are awaiting a decision, they foreclosure proceedings may be initiated, or if they've already been initiated, they may continue. So this bill is modeled on language created by the National Consumer Law Center. It's similar, though not identical, to laws passed in Vermont and New Jersey. And the goal is that if a person has at least passed the basic eligibility threshold, foreclosure proceedings would be paused so the Homeowner Assistance Fund can review their application and decide if they are eligible for relief. And so ideally, they receive the relief and then the foreclosure never has to happen. This bill is also consistent with the Maryland Department of Labor's the Office of the Commissioner of Financial Regulations recently issued guidance that they have given out. It's a should, not a must, that mortgage servicers should not file a loss mitigation affidavit in connection with a foreclosure until the homeowner has completed the Housing Assistance Fund process. So in speaking with them, they believe that it was helpful and consistent with their guidance. After conversations with both the Commissioner of Financial Regulation and DHCD, I have requested some technical amendments to make sure that the bill is consistent with the the HAF process. I thought I would have them by today. I'm sorry I don't, but I'll circulate them as soon as I do. And also to make clear, so one of the questions, and it's come up in the opposition, and I just wanted to address it head on, is what is the appropriate amount of time to pause the foreclosure? And I included 120 days, even though the model language says 60 days, because in Maryland, the Housing Assistance Fund is taking 12 to 16 weeks to process the applications. So one option would be to lower that amount, but say that it's told if the reason for the delay is because the servicer is not providing necessary information to the fund. But that was the reason for the 120 days. I know that's a source of an issue for the opposition. Just in closing, obviously it's our goal, it's the goal of the Housing Assistance Fund. It is, I think, arguably the goal of the mortgage holders to keep people in their homes, to allow them not to stay there and to avoid foreclosure proceedings. So I think this is, I know it's a commonly used phrase, but a common sense bill that is consistent with the goals of the fund, of the federal act, of the many, many millions of dollars that we have put into this effort. And so with that, I will stop and say I hope you will view HB 1223 favorably. Thank you.
Okay, let's go next to a virtual witness, Allison Harris, and then we can turn to William Steinwedel, Weedle, and Claudia Wilson-Randall. So let's go to Allison Harris next. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Allison Harris, Director of the Home Preservation Project of the Pro Bono Resource Center of Maryland. I'm a legal services provider offering foreclosure prevention clinics and consultations to homeowners in Baltimore and across Maryland. The impetus for this bill came from a clearly identified, discrete need that we see in our clients. Extra time while in the midst of foreclosure proceedings to allow the state's financial assistance program to step in and help them avoid a foreclosure judgment and the loss of their family home. The United States government, understanding the pandemic-related economic strain that could lead to another housing crisis, allocated $10 billion in CARES Act funding to enable states to provide direct financial assistance to homeowners with delinquencies that put their ownership in jeopardy. Maryland's consequently created the Homeowner Assistance Fund, HAF, to provide homeowners grants and loans to resolve their delinquencies. The state of Maryland went to great lengths to establish and implement this program. The HAF managers at Maryland DHCD are working hard every day to ensure the program benefits are realized by homeowners in Maryland, constantly working to increase access to the program, increase benefits to homeowners, improve outcomes, and to course correct as issues are identified. We hear over and over from clients and housing counselors that the length of time from initiating an application to an actual payment that resolves the delinquency is taking months. One of the biggest hurdles we hear about is that several of the mortgage servicers are failing to respond to requests for communications necessary to reach a resolution, which further delays the process. HB 1223 will create a temporary pause in the judicial foreclosure proceedings to allow for that little bit of extra time that homeowners who apply for HAF assistance need. Once the stay period has passed, either the mortgage servicers will receive from HAF the money that is owed to them, or the foreclosure proceeding can continue to its conclusion. This is a temporary emergency measure to address a very specific need for this program, and it will sunset with the program. Every effort should be made to help the program successfully accomplish its goal of preserving homeownership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Claudia or William? I guess it's whoever gets up first.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Barve, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm happy to be here today. Claudia Wilson-Randall, Executive Director of the Community Development Network. I'm here today to speak in favor of House Bill 1223. I do believe that this is common sense legislation. You have my written testimony, but I just want to make a couple of points about how Maryland set up their program. And I realize I'm geeky enough to have printed out their plan today, but just two quick points about their plan. So Maryland set up their Homeowners Assistance Fund as loans and grants. And by setting up loans, it just is going to take longer because it's actually a tripartite agreement between the department, the secured party, and the homeowner. So that process of approving a loan is going to take longer. It is not a simple grant agreement that's between two parties that can just be done quickly. That added a significant amount of time to the process for Maryland homeowners and the challenges they face through the pandemic. The other point I want to make is that the program is completely dependent on people having access to online. So what the department is now in a position of doing is sending people emails asking them for additional information. Now, imagine you are a 68-year-old homeowner who's lived in your home for 25 or 30 years. In many parts of Maryland, you may not have an email address and you may not have access to easy response time. So for these reasons, I ask for your favorable report. And 120 days may really be needed in order for homeowners to respond. Thank you so much.
Okay, William Steinwedel, did I pronounce your name correctly?
William Steinwedel. Okay. Hi, Chairman Barve, Vice Chairman Stein, the rest of the committee. My name is William Steinwedel. I'm the supervising attorney for the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau's Foreclosure Legal Assistance Project. I've represented people in foreclosure for over a decade. and thousands, I've been able to save hundreds of homeowners' homes from foreclosure. The HALF program has been the program that we wanted for years so that we could provide assistance without having to go into bankruptcy or without relying on the kindness of the servicers for a loan modification. But unfortunately, it's getting stuck up in bureaucracy. I've been representing homeowners since 2012, and I have filed more emergency motions to stay this year than I've filed in the previous 10 years combined. The reason is that the regulations allow for the foreclosure to be stayed. The problem is that the servicers don't abide by the regulation. It is simple. I have had homeowners nearly lose their home because the loan was sold. The HALF paid the wrong servicer. The servicer sent the money back. I had one servicer send the money back 3 times for a homeowner, and they would have totally cured the default. But as I said, it is just the current system is not allowing for this program to work effectively. So what this proposed legislation does is does exactly what Regulation X did in 2014. It holds the servicer's feet to the fire and says you can't sell this property if there's a HALF application pending. If you abide by the HALF terms, if you provide the information, or if the person's denied, then you can proceed. But all this is doing is allowing this application to be totally reviewed and totally paid before you can go forward. And isn't that the goal of the whole program, is to prevent Maryland homeowners from going into foreclosure? For these reasons, I urge Maryland Legal Aid is in strong support of this bill and urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know. I didn't know we were on questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is for Delegate Embry. Can you explain why it's important that this be an emergency bill?
Because this is happening currently. People are, as described by the witnesses, people are currently their foreclosure proceedings are being initiated or ongoing while the HALF applications are pending. So that's the reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. The time frame that you are putting into the legislation, the 120 days, I haven't had a chance to read the entire bill yet. But because we all know that the foreclosure process is chutes and ladders, and there's all these yes here's, no there's, and that kind of thing. Is it possible that the time frame that you're requesting could not increase, but be part of the mediation process in the chutes and ladder foreclosure process? In other words, you're asking for a 60-day increase from current language, as I recall.
120 days is in the bill.
120 days?
Yeah.
So instead of having that 120 days as a standalone scenario, could we include those 120 days in the mediation process that's in current law?
Let me, if you don't mind, I'm going to defer to the 2 experts who are next to me. But the problem is, I think, well, if I may say, the mediation process may have already passed by the time the person has applied. But I will let the experts answer more authoritatively.
Delegate Holmes, I believe that could be effective, because right now the biggest issue with the mediation process is that the OAH, the administrative judge only has the ability to continue the mediation for 30 days over the objection of the servicer. Mm-hmm. So if you expanded that power, to allow them to continue it for 120 days or something in regards to a HALF application, I think that would do the job. The one problem is, and there is another bill pending before this legislature in regards to only about 15% of homeowners are represented in mediation. I mean, for the entire state, Maryland Legal Aid has 3 people that represent people in mediation, and I'm one of them. So the problem is while it would work if everyone was represented, which there is an access to counsel bill pending, the problem is not everyone's represented, so that would be hard because your pro se homeowner would not know to ask for the continuance, and they would get run roughshod over by the attorneys for the trustees and the mortgage companies. Thank you.
And if I could have another, I'm sorry. I was just going to say the mediation program is also an opt-in program, so people have to take some action and would have to know to take action.
Right. Okay. And you are correct. It is an opt-in scenario. I heard someone mention that this is a temporary emergency measure? Again, I haven't read the entire bill. Is there a sunset on this provision someplace?
So there's a set amount of housing assistance fund dollars. So if the fund ends, then this bill would also, it's tied to the housing assistance fund.
Can I add a comment to that?
please.
Maryland is required to spend the money by 2026, or it has to be returned to the federal government. So that in itself creates a sunset in the program.
Okay, all right. Since you talked about, if I may, Mr. Chair, you talked about, and I forget your name, sir, I'm so sorry.
William Steinwittle, Supervising Attorney for the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, sir.
Thank you. You talked about foreclosure and the number of foreclosures in the process. How many foreclosures do you think actually go to the end of the process and the unit is actually foreclosed upon? Is there some type of percentage or something that you can give us in terms of they start the process, but then they cure or something like that?
So I'm just trying to confirm what you're asking. Are you asking how many people are able to cure the foreclosure before it reaches the sale point?
That is correct.
Well, I'm going to tell you, sir, I've represented homeowners for nearly 9 years at Legal Aid and nearly over a decade in private practice and at Legal Aid. And I can tell you, my success rate when somebody has the counsel and our project success rate, FLAP's projects, is about 75 to 80%. You do not understand how important it is for a person to have counsel and for a person to have the time to do what is necessary. Because if they understand the options that are available, loan modification, half, bankruptcy, Chapter 13 and all that, a lot of times they can save the home. Or even if they can't save the home, they can do something what's called like a Chapter 7 sale, where they can at least get their equity out of the home. So, as I said, when people are represented and when they have the time to pursue the options, very few houses go all the way to sale, especially if the person is dedicated to saving the property.
Yeah, that's different. That's a different bill, though.
Yeah, I agree. But I was just saying that if a person's committed to saving the property, they have a very good chance of saving it before it goes to foreclosure.
Thank you.
Usually the only people that don't are the ones that aren't interested in saving it to begin with. So.
I appreciate it.
Can
Thank
I
you.
add a follow-up, if I may? So I had a similar thought to you, and I asked DHCD, and I'm sorry I don't have the answer today, but hopefully I will very soon, and I'll share it. What percentage of people who apply for housing assistance to the fund and pass basic eligibility thresholds, what percentage ultimately receive assistance? And so I know it's based on the other data I have, I know it's over 50%, but I would be interested in that number, and I'm happy to share it with you.
I would appreciate it. Share it to all of us.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you very much.
They do have a dashboard, but it's not clearly articulated.
Before I recognize the next question, let me follow up on what Delegate Holmes has said. When a person goes through the process, the ones who are helped are usually not the hardest cases. The people who have zero money and zero probability of being able to hold on to their house, they're not going to be given that much help in the system. Isn't there a certain degree of triage in the system that distinguishes between the people who have a chance to save their property versus the ones who have zero probability of saving their property?
Well, unfortunately, yes, we do get the cases, that are,
Okay, well, the reason I point that out is if your success rate is as high as it is, that doesn't indicate that that percentage would be the success rate if everybody had representation, because you're representing the ones who are the most likely to succeed, not the ones who are the least likely.
Chairman Barbe, that's not always the case.
Okay.
Even in cases where the people don't have any income, when a person is, I'm going to tell you, I do this for a living, when a person is committed to saving the house, they make things work. I once represented a client who basically, he was an immigrant from West Africa, and he basically turned his house into basically like a new place for immigrants to come in, and he basically provided enough income for them to do it. I also represented another guy who got another relative to move in. I've seen everything work. So just because it necessarily on its face doesn't look like it's going to work doesn't mean that it's not going to work.
But for it to work, the person has to have adequate income to pay a mortgage, correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
in most cases.
Okay, before I recognize Delegate Healy and then Delegate Stein, let me put to you the question that I know is going to be brought up and give you an opportunity to address it. the opponents to this bill would argue that currently, with the way the law is structured, it can take as long as 450 days to get somebody out of their property. And I know that's the case because when I first became chairman of this committee, I asked our legal counsel to actually quantify it. And it's not a set amount of time, but it's quite a long period of time. The opponents would argue that all you're doing is putting another 120 days on top of that, and you're creating an incentive for people to apply for aid just to get that 120 days, even if they have zero probability of succeeding. I know that's going to be brought up, so I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to it.
Thank you so much. Yes, and that's in conversations with DHCD, we asked what is the right language that captures the people, because if you've just applied, that's not good enough, but captures that you are eligible, you've been screened and are eligible. So we use basic eligibility, passing basic eligibility, because I agree with you. The goal is to target just those people who are very likely will qualify for housing assistance and will stay in their houses, and for whom for foreclosure proceeding is a waste of everyone's time and money.
Okay. Next question goes to Delegate Healy, I believe.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a question or two for the attorney there. There used to be funding for pro bono attorneys as well as legal aid. My husband's now retired from that, but he ran the Prince George's County Community Legal Services, which found pro bono attorneys, and there was money available through various programs to fund those operations. Has that money dried up?
So you're talking about the Maryland Housing Counseling Fund, which does fund both housing counseling and legal assistance for people facing foreclosure.
And we did receive some funding from the HAF program as well that went, in addition to helping homeowners, they also provide some assistance for us to represent homeowners. I did want to comment just briefly on the chairman's question.
Well, I want you to answer my question,
Okay,
which is,
I apologize.
Which is, is there still money available to the various pro bono organizations in addition to legal aid, so that I just want to know if there's money available to help fund attorneys to represent people in these situations as there used to be?
There is still money available. However, it is not as extensive as it used to be. When I started at Legal Aid in the Foreclosure Legal Assistance Project, we had 7 attorneys and 1 paralegal. We now have 3 attorneys and 1 paralegal. The funding has slowly been reduced over the course of time. Is there still funding available? Yes. Is it as much as it used to be? No, would be the answer.
But the need has not diminished?
No.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you very much.
Do you want to respond to my question?
Yes,
somewhat?
I just wanted to add some context because we represent a lot of people. We assist people with their HAF applications. And the one thing I want to note is that DHCD denies an application if a homeowner has not provided all the documents within 30 days. So that even under this law, that would be the end of the stay. So they would be able to proceed. So there's already built-in mechanisms into the system to prevent somebody from just using it as an extension, a reason to sort of extend the time.
What about the first part of my question that said that the length is currently somewhere in the range of 400 to 450 days, and this would just tack another 120 days on top? It'll be brought up, so what say you to that?
Well, again, the difference is twofold. One is that, yes, the process is already long, but remember, if a HAF application, if the amount owed is under $60,000, provides a full reinstatement. So the mortgage company gets paid, so it makes sense for them to wait, because they're going to get paid in full. They're going to be completely brought current, and they're not going to have to go through the process of selling the house. They're not going to have to hire a property manager. So in the end, yes, it will result in a little bit of an extension of the time, but they're going to benefit just as much as the homeowner is going to benefit, because they're going to not have to take on all of the costs of selling the property, and that they're going to get all of their money that they're owed, and they're going to continue to have a homeowner who's committed to making a mortgage payment going forward.
Well, I am going to ask the opponents, specifically why they oppose this, but if it's such a boon to the servicer, why do you suppose that they would be opposed to this concept?
I think the reason they're opposed to it is because it's something new, because this is not something that they're used to doing. They're used to dealing with loan modifications, they're used to selling properties, but they're not used to dealing with half. It's a new program, so they have to sort of readjust their internal systems to reflect that. And sometimes, as I said, and sometimes that does cost money up front, but in the long run, I would tell them that in the long run, it's going to be worth it.
Okay. Next question is the Vice Chair, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Delegate, just so I understand, so the 120-day provision here, it's triggered when a mortgagor sends in an application under half and then gets a notice from the fund that it's been received and it's being processed. Is that right?
And it also has to have passed a basic eligibility check.
Okay. Do you know how long that takes typically?
No, I wonder if.
A few weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
Vice Chairman, you can submit an application either online or via paper. Online, it's instantaneous. Via paper, if the person hasn't applied before, it's also instantaneous because the attorney can upload the documents for the individual. But if it's a paper application where it's correcting a previous submission, it'll take about 3 to 5 days to determine eligibility.
All right, so not very long. Yeah. And then my second question is, I didn't see any information from DHCD or the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, any testimony submitted. Do you know if either plan on taking a position, even if it's just informational?
I was hoping they would. I have had conversations that were positive. I don't know what their internal processes are for how they make that determination, but I would, if I can facilitate them speaking to this committee, I would love to do that. I was hoping they would have submitted a letter of information at least.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there appear to be no further questions for the proponents. Let me call up the opponents, and they would be Robert Enton, Rory Murray, Bill Costelli, and then two more virtual witnesses. So let's start with Bob Enton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. I know I only have 2 minutes, but I could probably take 30, as much time as I've spent working on this bill over the last few weeks. It's a great concern to the industry to have the timeline continued. Our information right now, depending on who you go to, is that the current timeline right now from default to sale is somewhere between 540 days currently and 660 days, depending on whose list you look at. That's a tremendously long time. Having said all of that, our concern with the bill is to just automatically, just because someone has applied, to have that timeline go out for another 120 days on top of that. I have spent a tremendous amount of time talking to the Housing Department about this bill over the last week or so. I think they think that 60 days is a reasonable period of time at this point in the program for them to be able to get if they get the application, if the borrower gives them the information that they need, and then they go to the lender, for the lender to respond to them, that 60 days would be a much more palatable period. The guidance that had been issued by the commissioner previously was for 14 days, and that was too short. The program is working much, much better than it did before. I would urge you to please look at the written testimony from the Maryland Bankers Association, and you can see all the notices that go out now, from default to the notice of intent to when the case is filed, repeatedly advising the borrower to seek assistance from the Maryland Housing Trust. The money is there. I will finish by saying this, Mr. Chairman, that the original funding for this program was $250 million It's been in existence now for over a year. There's still $150 million roughly sitting there. We need to get that money out. We want to work with the sponsor, with advocates, to make sure that we have an appropriate balance between helping people get this money, because I agree it's in the best interest of everyone to pay their loans current if they can, but not having the process just continue to stretch out and, forever.
Okay,
So that's our concern.
All right. Give us your name, sir, for the record.
Rory Murray on behalf of the Maryland DC Credit Union Association. For the most part, we agree with Mr. Enton's testimony. Our main point of opposition was to Delegate Holmes's earlier point. The process, for anybody who's familiar, I'm not as familiar as Mr. Enton, but it really is chutes and ladders. It's extremely long. It's very confusing. It's very difficult. My first thought was we could have found a way to put this in somewhere in the current process. I don't know exactly where that would be, but I think it would have to be a conversation between OCFR as the regulator, DCHD as the administrator, and the lenders. If we couldn't do that, if that wasn't possible, then of course, waiting 60 days to, as the lawyer behind me said, make everybody whole is a heck of a way to save money. But I just think we need more of a conversation about it, because what we're running into now is DHCD and OCFR aren't necessarily talking on a daily basis to each other and back to the lenders on how this process is working. So if somebody's applying, or if somebody is either being approved or denied, and as a sidebar, the eligibility requirements I have in front of me, they're basically anybody. There's no monetary requirement. If you have $0 and zero income and have no interest in working, that's not an automatic denial. So to the chairman's point earlier, if someone wants to get an extra 120 days, they can do that. I'm not saying people are doing that, but it's possible. So to wrap it all up, it's the gist of what I'm saying is we'd like to have a conversation that has the administrator, the regulator, and everybody else involved, so we can just see if this is the best way to do it or if we can fit it somewhere else that makes sense.
Thank you. Bill Castelli? Bill? No? Okay. We'll turn to two virtual witnesses, Scott Nadel and Jeffrey Nadel. Welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Scott Nadel. Can you hear me? Oh.
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Scott Nadel. I'm a real estate attorney with a focus on foreclosure and default work in Maryland and in DC. My office is located in Prince George's County, and I sit on the Real Property Council of the Maryland State Bar Association and also serve as its foreclosure committee chair since 2012. Current foreclosure laws that we have in place right now, the rules and the statutes are very robust. They have plenty of processes and procedures that offer loss mitigation options to the homeowner, to the borrower. And as recent as just a few days ago, March the 1st, started a new notice of intent, a new 45-day letter that needs to go out to borrowers, homeowners, before a foreclosure can be filed. And that notice has in it the Maryland HAF information, blank loss mitigation packets, before a foreclosure can be filed. After a foreclosure is filed, there are 2 good faith attempts to personally serve. You have to post the property if you can't personally serve. You have a preliminary loss mitigation affidavit that indicates what loss mitigation avenues have been attempted during the process. You then have a final loss mitigation affidavit that gets filed later on, indicating what sort of loss mitigation avenues have happened up until that point. There are then the options for mediation, which takes place before an administrative law judge who acts as a mediator at the Office of Administrative Hearings. If you don't like what happens in those processes, then you have an option to file a motion to stay or dismiss before the circuit court. There are a lot of avenues for consumers to be protected and have their issues raised before a court.
Thank you. If you could just wrap up.
sure, the processes work right now. To add an additional 120 days as it stands, as the legislation is written right now, doesn't seem to do anything that the current law already has in place. And I know that there are talks about possible amendments, and we'll see what that takes.
thank
But
you.
at the present time, we would urge an unfavorable report.
Got it. Thank you very much. Jeffrey Nadell.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I've heard Mr. Enton, my dear friend, and I've heard Scott Nadell, my dear son. And I want to point out that I agree with both of them. I will be very short. I too, like my son, am an attorney, and I am a real estate attorney. I do a great deal of foreclosure-related work. As a matter of fact, I am the immediate past chair of the foreclosure committee for the bar. And I also sat on the real property section and edited the book on foreclosure for Maryland, the Gordon's 5th edition. And so I have some kind of an idea of what goes on in foreclosures. I don't claim to know everything, but I certainly do know something about foreclosure law in Maryland. As Scott mentioned, what we currently have is extremely robust. Adding 120 days for the half money just simply does not work. For example, if you have a foreclosure and nobody's asked for half monies, you can ask under this bill, as it's currently written, you can ask for 120 days, 3 days before the foreclosure. That's not reasonable. Not only that, but I'm not going to get into it fully, but I will tell you that as it's currently written, this rule, if it's passed, as is, will run amok of federal legislation insofar as the days are concerned. That too is not a good idea. We would urge an unfavorable recommendation for this bill, but we would support, hopefully, the amendments that Mr. spoke about, and we would hope that that would come about. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. I see we have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Enton, we've been dealing with foreclosures on this committee as long as I've been here, you know, and certainly it was a severe problem, you know, after the 2008 crisis. But can you tell us now in the state of Maryland how many mortgages are I guess, late? And then also, like, what percentage is in foreclosure based on those two?
I could give you some statistics, Delegate. There are roughly 1.1 million mortgages outstanding in the state of Maryland today, 1.1 million. Looking at the statistics from the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, for fiscal year 22, there were 38,000 notices of intent to foreclose. So the way it works right now, you have to wait 120 days after default before you can send, at that point, you can send the notice of intent to foreclose. Then you have to wait another 45 days before you file. So at that point, you're already out there, what, 120, if we're out there 165 days, and you heard my understanding, I talked to the Commissioner of Financial Regulation today, in the 10 largest counties, the number of days between default and the notice of intent to foreclose is roughly 200 and some days on average in the 10 largest counties. 291 in one county, the other county 220. So that's the period of time. What's interesting is of the 38,000 notices of intent to foreclose that went out in fiscal year 22, only 1,195 of those properties actually went to sale. And to me, what that says is, notwithstanding the assistance from the HAFT program, which is, like I say, has been in place for 1 year, My numbers, the latest numbers I heard, are a little different from what I said. I heard there's 80 million that's been distributed, and they're sitting on roughly 180 million, but whatever. That assistance is there. If you look at and that assistance is triggered by the borrower notifying the HAF program at the housing office, and they get notices. I don't want to take up too much time, but at every stage of the process, a notice goes out in a consumer-friendly way. If you look at it, once again, I urge you to look at our testimony about where to call, where to get help, where to get counseling, and the importance, and that the HAF program is out there and it may enable you to pay your mortgage. So we have a really long program. Once again, depending on which statistics you look at, it's very, very long. But the reason it's long is because this committee, with the support of the banking industry and the mortgage lending industry, went along with countless consumer-friendly steps in the process. And that's why our numbers have gone down so dramatically. I have been in touch with the housing department about this ad nauseum for the last few days. They run the HAF program, and it's much improved. They had glitches at first, but now I think they've got their act together. The timeline has shrunk, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to reach an accommodation with the housing department, with the sponsor of the bill, with the committee and the subcommittee, to put in a program that actually works and doesn't unnecessarily and unfairly delay the process. And I'll just close by saying this. In this committee, I would say for the last 5 years, what bills have we seen regarding foreclosure? The bills that we've seen, and so I'll wrap up. The bills that we've seen have been about the harm caused to communities by properties that have been sitting there for 2 years. No one's investing in them because they're stuck in the foreclosure process that seems to be endless. So the HAF program can help that. We want to work with everybody to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
I believe he did.
I believe he did. The Vice Chair has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Jeffrey Nadel. You said at the end of your testimony that this type of extension would run amok of federal guidelines, federal rules. Just wanted to ask if you could explain that.
Jeff, did you hear the question?
You're on mute.
Yes, I unmuted myself now. I really don't want to get too terribly involved, Mr. Stein, but I will say this. There is a federal mandate that you have to ask within 37 days of a foreclosure for loss mitigation efforts. Under this bill, you can ask for it well within the 37 days. And quite frankly, we who represent the lenders and the servicers don't think that that's appropriate. It could be a major issue on any kind of loan, but particularly federally funded loans, FHA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. It could be a very, very serious thing if it runs amok of the rules that the CFPB has given. And I don't think that's the kind of thing that Maryland wants to get involved in.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, that ends the hearing for House Bill 1223. We will now move to House Bill 821, Montgomery County Delegation. I believe we have Delegate Queen here. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Stein and members of the Environmental Transportation Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Pam Queen, presenting this bill on behalf of the Montgomery County Delegation. This is a local bill. HB 821, Montgomery County New Single Family Residential Real Property Sales Contract Requirements. So I want to tell you first why we are bringing this bill to you, kind of describe the problem, and then to talk about potential approaches to addressing this issue helpfully for our constituents. So many of you may encounter, like I do, and others, constituents coming to you with issues that they've had with their homes. And we know that our houses are a major investment for families. We know that there is a lot of money that goes into maintenance and renovations in your home, upwards of $6,000 a year. And that could be more if the house is older or if you're looking to convert your house to a place that you can stay in when you retire. And so what happens a lot of time is that we're faced with making these renovations without a lot of guidance on who are the best contractors and subcontractors to use. And it's sort of hit and miss sometimes if you've ever had some experience with making renovations. I have a video that's listed that you can look at sometime, but it talks about this issue of, you go to your neighbors or you go to family members, and quite often we are making repairs that we have to do again or over and over again. And so an issue was brought to me from a constituent that talked to some renovations they wanted to make. After they had been in the house for 10 years, they wanted to do some extensions to the house. And they found out that when they went to put on the deck, that the cathedral windows that they had put in weren't done properly. And actually, they fell down. And so they went to the builder to kind of say, first they were upset because they went to the builder to say, this isn't under warranty, but somebody needs to address this. And the builder's response was that, they didn't have the records of who had done that work. And so it's, became a big issue and whatever. But the idea was that at some point, you kind of want to know who's done major work on your house, even if you want to use them in the future, if you have a issue, or even if you want to stay away from them in this case. And so we went through the process of how we can just get a list of subcontractors at the time of settlement. If after 10 years, I lost that information, that's fine. We're not expecting subcontractors to, contractors to keep that information, but give me that list of information at settlement, and then I can know who worked on my house with major issues. So I did some research to see, has this been a precedent before, or have we done something like this? And I found that in Maryland law, we do provide a list of subcontractors for custom homes, those high-end homes that people are building, that we give them a list of, and I put the information here, subcontractors, suppliers, and material men that have worked on my home. Now, this is done basically more for payment issues, but we can get a list, and we know that list. I also talked to the Office of Attorney General that talked to the point that since 2009, we are supposed to get a new homeowners consumer rights and remedies pamphlet that we have to sign for that talks to how you resolve issues if you have a problem. And if you go to page 11 of this, it says that we first have to contract the builder. Then if it's not in warranty, we have to go to a mediation unit. At such time, we can provide them the names of subcontractors who did the work. So we can take mediation action against a subcontractor, but I don't know who that subcontractor is. And so the idea of this bill is to provide that information to me at settlement, and let me handle it from there as a homeowner. Thank you for your attention, and I certainly I'm looking forward to amendments that'll make this a doable situation, but I think this is something that homeowners should have as a consumer protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Queen. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, we will move to the opposition panel, Bob Enton and Lori Graff.
It's great.
You're back. Bob, you have 2 minutes.
So, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton, on behalf of the Maryland Building Industry Association, Ms. Graff, as you have heard earlier, is the CEO of the association. We are signed up opposed. We've had a lot of discussion back and forth with Delegate Queen over the last week. We met yesterday. Griffin Benton, who is with the association, have a whole chain of emails that went back and forth between the two of them. I think the major concern that we have is what we're talking about is what we call spec homes. It may be a development where a builder is building 50 homes or even 100 homes. And in today's marketplace, with the problems with supply and the problems with labor, to have to supply a list of every single, quote, subcontractor, and there's no definition of subcontractor in the bill, that worked on the project is extremely difficult. You know, I'm getting my master bath done right now at my house, which is 100 years old. Yesterday, someone delivered, put on our front porch, came from a UPS, a box of tiles about like this. Is that a subcontractor? There's no dollar limits, no dollar thresholds in this bill. There's no definition of subcontractor. You know, typically things that are under warranty are HVAC and generators. They're sold with a warranty. That's something that, you know, is under warranty. We can certainly give information about that, but to have to give information for every single, quote, subcontractor that worked on a building project with 25, 50, 100 houses, with turnover in employment, turnover in materials, it'd be very, very difficult for us to do. Happy to continue to work with the sponsor of the bill. I always enjoy working with her. Maybe we can find a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori?
Yes, Lori Graff, CEO of the Maryland Building Industry Association. Again, thank you to the sponsor for meeting with us. I did want to point out, as introduced, this bill is a Montgomery County only bill, but during conversations, I think it is intended to be, I know she didn't talk about her amendments, but I just whispered to her. I think it is going to be a statewide bill. So again, we just found that out yesterday as well, so I'm working through that and researching what that looks like as far as our larger builders. I think it's a bigger concern for our larger builders and bigger communities, just because there is so many different subcontractors, and there are subs of subcontractors and those types of things. So I look forward to working on it and seeing what we can do, maybe a threshold dollar amount, or I think we're mostly concerned about getting it wrong, and that type of thing, or maybe certain types of materials or certain subcontractors. But I think there's definitely some solution here. We just have to work through it. So we're happy to work with the sponsor on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there, all right, so that was Lori. Oh, that's it. Okay, we have a question. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This time I'm ready. My question, I have two questions. The first is for Ms. Graff. First of all, let me just say that I don't understand why there's opposition to this bill. But having said that, let me quote from your written testimony. You say in the written testimony that many of our new home builder members have stated that their subcontract relationships have been developed over many, many years. Our builders have cultivated, nurtured, and refined these relationships with careful planning and management practices. And then it goes on, and then it says, plainly stated, some were offended at the notion of being compelled to disclose detailed information about the subcontractors working on their homes, given the tremendous investment of time in developing the many relationships. So that seems to kind of contradict what you said in your oral testimony, which is, we don't know who these people are.
Well, I apologize. I think I understand what you're saying with that. I think it's also, but it's the definition of subcontractors, I think, is the part of the problem, because it's your subcontractors are hiring subcontractors are hiring subcontractors. So I think, like I said, also, I will also point out, this is a challenging thing. We have to submit our testimony quite quite a little bit on these Tuesday hearings. So obviously, we've had lots of conversations since we wrote this letter with the sponsor, and we appreciate that. So I do think there's some solutions here, and I don't think it's necessarily that we don't want to disclose them. It's a matter of making sure we get it right. I would also say some of the subcontractors aren't necessarily, and I've learned this through many, many years of working, the subcontractors we use aren't necessarily subcontractors you would use to renovate your house, so they're not used to working with customers necessarily, so.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, and my other question sort of builds on that, which is, in terms of not knowing who the subcontractors are, that portraying this as being like some big mystery and some big burden, I mean, don't the contractors and the builders pay the contractors and the subcontractors? So there is some knowledge about who these people are, isn't that correct?
The certain levels, yes, but then you would have to go, you're not necessarily, you're paying maybe the electrician, but you're not paying the next person below them. There's in some of these big communities, there's hundreds of different companies that you're working with, and you may only be paying the electrician, but you're not paying all the subcontractors that the electrician's paying. So again, I think that's a definitional correction that could be made, and I think there's some thresholds, 500,000, whatever dollar amount type of things. I think it just needs to be narrowed a little bit and a little bit more clarity on what we have to disclose.
Okay, and just one more question, if you will. So you're saying that if those definitions were narrowed, you'd be okay with this bill?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Foley, for asking my question. I want to ask it another way. Who usually hires the subcontractors?
So it depends on the size of the community. And again, this is already done for custom builders, and I think it's a much easier process for custom houses because the builder is hiring the subcontractors, and they're, they know a lot more about what's going on in the project. For bigger projects, it's a lot more challenging. But so you have a builder, and then depending on the project, you might have a subcontractor who then is hiring all the different pieces. Or you might have a project manager. It really depends on the size of the project, the scope of the project.
So I'm asking that question to say then who is liable, right? So in the case of Delegate Queen's story, who then is liable if I can't get to the very, small level subcontractor? Who then is liable if, in some cases, to your point, the subcontractor is not the person who would usually come out on a house call, and they're usually probably just in the position where they're just subcontractors for jobs. Who's liable? Because I think that's the ultimate question of what we're trying to get at.
If I could, Delegate Boyce, I think that this is a contract, and and causes of action arise under contracts. So if I'm the buyer and I'm entered into a contract to buy a spec house with a builder,
yes, sir,
with a developer, that's who my contract is. And if the project is defective in some way, I'm going to look to who I contracted with to make me whole. They're the ones that would be liable.
That's fair, but back to the point of that contract, even within that contract, the contractor, I would try to say that, was it usually a general manager, right, on a project? So, it goes back again, would I then hold accountable the company that I held the contract with for them to then come back, either find a subcontractor or subcontract out again to then fix the issue? The question goes back to the liability. Back to your other question about definition of subcontractor. The point is, who is liable and especially if there's quote unquote like maybe a warranty or whatever.
And I think that the warranty is a piece of this, right? And I think in that particular story, it was outside of the warranty. It had been several years at that point. But I think, and again, it's a little bit of a case-by-case basis, and I'm not trying to avoid the question. The answer is I don't really always know. We just don't know. But I think the issue is dealing with the warranties. And again, I don't think we necessarily have a problem disclosing. It's just the definitions and the way this is structured.
So to Delegate Foley's point, if subcontractor is defined as it relates to this bill, you would be okay with it, although you're saying subcontractor can mean many different things.
Depending, well, if you're defining it, then you would have a definition for it as long as, but depending on
But
what
is there an
definition.
actual definition for subcontractor somewhere else in code?
I would imagine there must be.
I don't know.
I don't know. We could look.
We can look.
Subcontractor is basically a term of art in business. It's anybody you hire, or anybody who's hired by somebody other than the property owner or the customer.
Right.
Correct.
That's my little 2 cents from my 40 years of being in contracting. Delegate Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for bringing this bill, Delegate Queen. I appreciate what you're saying, and my question, because I have built several homes, right, and had a couple of serious problems with them. If a homeowner had trouble with the primary contractor, and let's say, you know, the plumbing exploded or something, that a subcontractor would be responsible for. And that homeowner could not get the contractor to fix it. And I'm just following the logic behind the bill, because I've had something similar happen. And the homeowner themselves called the subcontractor, but the homeowner didn't contract with that person. Does that subcontractor have any legal responsibility to even respond to the homeowner? I don't know what that is. I do know that in a similar situation that I had, and I was able to find some subcontractors because they put little labels on things, not because it was offered to me. When I did contact them, they would not speak to me because they had not been paid by the contractor who was, you know, the bad apple in all of this. So could you I mean, there is an issue here that Delegate Queen is trying to solve. There's a big issue because I've lived it. Where does the buck stop, and how can we stop it more adamantly?
Well, I would just say this, Delegate Guyton, and, you know, once again, these are contracts. And as a lawyer, I would just say that, you know, there are parties to a contract, and if there's a breach of a contract, you look to the party you contracted with. If the subcontractor did defective work, then you're going to have a cause of action against the contractor. The contractor may have a cause of action against the party that he contracted with, the subcontractor. But you don't have what we call any parity of contract, if you will, with the subcontractor. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't parts of your home, depending on what the work is done and what the house is, that there's not a warranty in effect, that you will have a claim under the warranty. The other thing that I've always found to be most effective when I've had an issue like this is to pick up the phone and call the Maryland Home Improvement Commission. And file a complaint with the Maryland Home Improvement Commission.
Nope, we do proponents, then the opponents in that order, sorry.
So I think that's, you know, and usually that's a pretty heavy hammer, so.
Well, so again, the question is, if the contractor won't speak to you, or in one of my houses, the contractor goes bankrupt, right, doesn't care anymore, isn't going to reach out to the subcontractors, and has nothing for you really to lose at that point, what is an easy remedy for someone who has water spewing all over their home?
You know, once again, I think it's.
That's what I think Delegate Queen's trying to find.
And I agree. I don't necessarily disagree. I just don't think that this bill gets to that. But I think we could talk about a solution. I don't know the solution off the top of my head, but I understand that that's the concern. But I don't think that I don't think this necessarily, if they were not going to talk to you because you're not the contracted person, that doesn't necessarily get to the heart of the issue. But I think we could work together to find, because I don't disagree.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for the opponents? Seeing none, that ends the public hearing on House Bill 821. Let's proceed to House Bill 887, St. Mary's County. Okay, and you have George Erickson, who is testifying in favor also, and that's probably him. Okay, go ahead, Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman Stein, esteemed friends and colleagues of the Environmental Transportation Committee, I come to you today to present House Bill 887, Metropolitan Commission New Facilities. This local legislation was approved by the St. Mary's County Commissioners 5-0. The Metropolitan Commission is a quasi-government organization responsible for water and sewer in St. Mary's County. The bill basically does two things. First, it places new construction, expansion of water and sewer on the definition of a new facility to bring it in line with other local regulations on permitting and approval of county projects. Second, it changes the requirements on actions the Metropolitan Commission can take without approval of the county commissioners. The bill allows Metropolitan Commission to refinance existing loans without the need for commissioner vote while still requiring the commissioner to approve the new loans. The approval of new loans by the commissioners is still required because while the Metropolitan Commission does act independently, the debt incurred by the commission is backed by the full faith and credit of the St. Mary's County government. So simply, the bill refines existing St. Mary's County regulations. And to finish, I would ask for your favorable report, House 887. I have Mr. Erickson here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, well, let's go to Mr. Erickson.
Can I defer my time to Delegate Morgan?
Sure.
I told him short and sweet.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate Morgan. Good afternoon, Chairman Barvet and committee members. It's a pleasure to be back here again this year. My name is George Erickson, the Director of the local water and sewer utility in St. Mary's County. We came today to personally thank this committee and the Southern Maryland delegation for all the work they've done supporting the Metropolitan Commission, the commissioners of St. Mary's County, and the customers that we serve over the past several years. I think we've been back here 4 or 5 years in a row. Basically, the whole purpose is to modernize and update our local code, and we've appreciated all your support. The text amendments, including those proposed today in this bill, benefit not only our commission, but the commissioners of St. Mary's County and the constituents we serve. There are several letters of favorable support that have been uploaded in your packages for House Bill 887, and we look forward to hopefully receiving a favorable report from you. And basically, in deference of your full agenda today, we don't have any very substantive text amendments, so in consideration of your time, we'd really like to thank you for just allowing us the opportunity to be here in your chambers and ask for your favorable report.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, and I probably did hear this before, but I want to be clear. This Metropolitan Commission is, how is it created? Who's on it? Do the commissioners appoint these people, or how do they get chosen to be on this Metropolitan Commission?
The Metropolitan Commission's quasi-government entity has 7 members on its board of directors, and each one of them represents a different constituency voting district in the county, and each one of them is supported and appointed by the county commissioners.
So the county commission, do they serve at the pleasure of the county commission?
They do not. They serve a term.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, there are no further questions. Thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 887. Let's go to House Bill 1037, Charles County Delegation. This bill has bearing upon the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland, and so we have a letter of support from the Charles County Delegation, but we're going to need one from the Southern Maryland delegate. Go ahead and present the bill. I mean,
What dance?
so we're confident that you're going to be able to get the support of the Southern Maryland delegation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Chair Barvet, Vice Chair Stein, colleagues. For the record, I'm Deborah Davis from District 28, Charles County. I'm here to present HB 1037 on behalf of the Charles County delegation. The bill is strictly regarding the Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland. I want to give you a little background that the Tri-County Council is one of the 5 regional councils established by the legislature. The Southern Maryland delegation is the one we're referring to. It was established for rural, regional, and planning and development for Charles, Calvert, and St. Mary's. It's been in effect for over 50 years. It's been working pretty effectively. We have managed to successfully advocate for the region, and like I said, it's generally working. But over the past couple of years, Charles County has been growing by leaps and bounds. Our values have been changing, and there has been some angst regarding whether all of the people, all of the citizens in the region are equally represented. So, as a compromise, the Charles County Commissioners voted unanimously to present this bill. And this bill would simply, change one of the membership classes of the board. There are 6 membership classes. It would change one of the membership classes on the board to establish the membership by citizenry. Every 45,000 citizens would get one additional vote, one additional person on the board. We think it creates more equity in the region and Southern Marylanders get more equity in voting. There are some specifics I got a little time. Charles County, the last census was 166,000 plus. St. Mary's was 113,000. And Calvert was 92,000 in the 2020 census. And the result is that Charles would get 3 additional votes, additional persons on the board. St. Mary's would get 2 additional persons on the board, and Calvert would get 2 additional persons on the board. Again, we believe it's equity, and we request a favorable report. Thank you. Okay.
We have 2 virtual witnesses, Danielle Mitchell and Ralph Patterson. So let's go to Ralph Patterson since I can see him. Commissioner, welcome to the committee. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barvey, and thank you very much, Delegate Davis, for going into great detail about the history of the Tri-County Council. And I just want to say that on behalf of the Charles County Commissioners, we voted unanimously in favor of the proposal that we institute 1 additional member for every 45,000 citizens in the 3 regions of Charles, St. Mary's, and Calvert County. And so I'm short to the point. Charles County is all for it, and we want to make sure that this legislation is not only is it a bipartisan piece of legislation, but it brings equity to our 3-county region. So thank you very much.
Danielle Mitchell.
I don't believe Ms. Mitchell is testifying.
So, we're going to go to questions, but let me start out here. Commissioner Patterson, you said it was bipartisan, so I take it you have Democrats and Republicans on your council in Charles County?
Correct. Well, I'll say this. St. Mary's and Calvert are predominantly Republican, and Charles is predominantly Democrat. And so in the legislation, St. Mary's would get an additional member, and as well as Charles. And so this is not a legislation that just benefits Charles alone. This benefits other members of the region as well.
Okay. So let me just ask you right here. I haven't even read it, but apparently the commissioners from St. Mary's County have sent us a letter in opposition. Have you read it? Do you know what's in it? Either of you?
I will. I can respond to that.
Okay, Delegate.
The letter is very short, and it says that this bill would not benefit the residents of St. Mary's County. Ergo, the problem. It's a regional board. It should support the region, and that's my response to that.
Okay. All right, we have some questions. Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Davis, just so I understand, it looks like this is really expanding the size of the commission by a lot, which, it's your commission, so I suppose that's fine. But my question is, would each of the counties retain the 1 voting member at large? It looks like they would, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so each county would get an at-large member, and then they would get the number of members apportioned by the 45,000 requirement.
Absolutely, but let me explain it just a little more. Each county gets 5 commissioners. Each county gets their state delegates and their senators, right? And then there are 2 or 3 other voting classes. I can't find them right now. And there is an open voting class that we're dealing with, just that voting class. Right now says everybody just gets 1. So we're going to change it. That's the only voting class we're changing.
I guess that was my question, though. So everybody just gets one, but they still get the one plus the others? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate and Commissioner, great to have you. I finally get to ask one of these questions. Isn't it so that Charles County has a majority minority population? Isn't it so that this is not going to at all change the current dynamic or power structure on the current council? It's just going to ensure that there's equity at the table.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
Correct, 100% correct.
Okay, so Calvert's not going to lose quote-unquote a voice, or neither is St. Mary's, or?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Got it. Thank you.
So before I recognize Delegate Jacobs, so explain to me how this economic tri-county council works. How many members are there? Where do they come from? You said there are 6 different types of classifications, which seems like a lot. I mean, I'm not being critical. I just realize that I know nothing about the setup of this tri-county council.
I'll answer the question.
Okay, yeah.
Specifically about membership, sir?
Yeah, like who are I mean, how many members are there and where do they come from, for example?
Okay, so I'm looking at the fiscal note. There are, each member of the General Assembly is a voting member from
Okay.
Charles, St. Mary's, and Calvert, from each
Okay.
of the 3 counties. Each Board of Commissioners from each of the 3 counties.
Right.
There is also 1 voting member appointed by the President of the Southern Maryland Municipal Association.
Correct.
1 voting member appointed by, this is the one we're trying to change. 1 voting member at large, the at-large voting from each county, appointed by the commissioners of the county with the concurrence of the members of the General Assembly representing the county.
Wow.
And then there are 2 other non-voting classes, and 1 is from the Economic Development, and 1 is from the Department of Commerce.
Wow, okay. Thank you, Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, just trying to understand this. It's a tri-county council. That means there's...
Of Southern Maryland.
It's 3 counties involved in it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have testimony from 2 of them that are opposed to the bill.
Just 1.
What, Calvert also has a letter of opposition.
I didn't see.
Oh, they sent a letter in that's not on the sheet. Okay.
That's why I'm trying to figure this out. If 2 counties are opposed to it, it's going to be pretty difficult to pass, isn't it?
Ergo, the problem. What's happening in Southern Maryland is that our priorities are changing. In Southern Maryland, it was started as a rural council. Our priorities are changing. This was a compromise. I believe every county would agree that the workings of the Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland have been fruitful for each of the counties. I believe, well, I know that this came to a head recently when Charles decided to withdraw. So this bill next year will probably be that Charles County just wants the legislature to allow it to withdraw from the Tri-County Council.
Yeah.
So this was the great mediation, this was the great compromise, to just simply allow that the voters be represented by population.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to achieve. It's just, I was trying to figure out how if 2 counties have letters of opposition on a 3-county makeup, that don't work well mathematically.
I would request that you would look at the actual reasons for the opposition.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Delegate Ruth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. What is the population of Charles County compared to the other 2 counties?
Charles County is...
Like roughly?
Charles County, the last census, Charles County is 166,000. One of the other counties is $50,000 people less, and the other is $70,000 less. I have 7,000 people less. I have the actual numbers, 166 for Charles, St. Mary's is 113, and Calvert is 92,000.
Thank you so much.
Just my last question, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Delegate Davis, do you mind just describing really quickly just the breakdown of all three counties as far as landscape, just quickly, if you don't mind?
Landscape.
Is Calvert mainly rural, St. Mary's mainly rural?
Yeah. Thanks for the softball. Most of you know that Charles County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state, probably country. And it's becoming more suburban. We, as a matter of fact, we're a member of the Washington, what's the Washington Transportation Authorities, the more metropolitan. That's not it. WashCog.
Yeah, COG.
Council of Governments. We're a member of the Council of Governments. So, but we do see benefit to being members of Tri-County Council. Wait, let me answer the question. The other two counties are more rural, and they're not growing as much. Probably our biggest dispute was over transportation. You know how hard our delegation worked here for light rail. Well, our Tri-County Council didn't support that at all. It didn't even go through their county, but they didn't support it at all. So we've had diverging views like that commonly.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask one last follow-up?
Yeah.
And so I think it's good for conversation. I'm not trying to pit, obviously, the counties against each other, but I think it's good for conversation. So isn't it so that Charles County did surpass Prince George's County as the wealthiest black county in the U.S.?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Holmes.
Thank you very much. And this is kind of off topic. Has there been any discussion in Charles County about moving from a commission county to a charter county?
Whew.
That would solve a whole lot of problems.
Absolutely. You want to answer that, Vice President Patterson?
I'll stop smiling for a minute. Absolutely. The discussions are fruitful and are progressing, I think. But yes, you are absolutely right. It would solve a lot of problems.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further questions for the proponents? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1037.
Thank you.
Let's proceed to House Bill 1039. Dana Jones. Yep, Dana Jones. What did you do to yourself? I saw you like limping. What?
You saw me scooting?
Yeah.
I tell you what, Chairman, you should see the other guy.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! Let's just say I won,
Okay.
as I always do.
I was going to say that doesn't surprise me one bit. Okay, so
No,
we
it's
have
a-
Delegate Dana Jones
Yes.
and pet-friendly housing. Okay,
Chairman, may I bring up my panel?
of course.
Thank you.
Lisa
it's in-
Radoff, Emily Hovermail, and Jennifer
Jen,
Bevan.
Emily, and Lisa, yes.
JBD.
And it is a,
Well, we used to have DFH on the committee, so JBD doesn't.
yeah. Well, thank you so much, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and fellow members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Dana Jones. So I'm here to introduce a bill in response to unprecedented rates of housing insecurity caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. HB 1039 aims to explore ways we can respond to this crisis through financial incentives to promote pet-friendly rental housing. A record number of households, nearly 3/4 of renters have pets, while a majority of Americans considering their pets to be family members, as I know that mine does. Many tenants say that they have trouble finding pet-friendly properties. There has been a recent industry report that showed that 72% of residents surveyed said that pet-friendly housing is hard to find, and 59% say it's just simply too expensive. On top of that, we have scarcity in properties that welcome all pets. It's often associated with policies that include arbitrary restrictions such as breed, weight, number limits that create unnecessary barriers for pet-owning tenants. The Humane Society and other advocates have been working closely over the past 3 years with housing insecure individuals and despite all that, to find a place to stay. They shared with me their personal account and expressed that the lack of pet-friendly housing is a significant driver of housing insecurity and homelessness. Excuse me, last year, this bill, I had a bill that was brought to me by the Humane Society, originally in the form of a tax credit. However, for this session, we reconsidered our approach to this legislation, considering the stakeholders involved. And what we have come up with is before you today. The advocates and I spent the summer looking at various mechanisms, including a grant program, as well as other legislation that is moving in California and Colorado. But ultimately, we decided the best path forward would be small, focused task force that can analyze the best policy for Maryland moving forward. The Humane Society worked in concert with the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. This task force was purposely, intentionally kept small to ensure it is focused and productive, but we will welcome additional entities to be part of the discussion. All parties mentioned are willing and ready to serve, and we are committed to bringing legislation back to this committee next year that will address this crisis. I respectfully urge a favorable report on HB 1039, and I'd love to turn things over to my panel, please.
Okay, I will simply say that this task force bill will go into the octagon of combat. Only two will survive.
Well, I think, I should have brought the pictures of the other guy, that's all I'm saying. Let's do this.
Okay, and you know, I'll say also, you know, it isn't just true that pets are members of our family. Generally speaking, they're the preferred members of our families.
You're correct, as always, sir.
Emily, would you like to go next?
Yes, that sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Barve, Vice Chair Stein, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Emily Hovermill on behalf of the Humane Rescue Alliance. We are the largest animal services provider in the Mid-Atlantic region, touching the lives of over 100,000 animals. And last year, we helped over 4,000 Maryland families find their animal companion. We can all agree, as the chairman just mentioned, pets make our lives happier. They also make us healthier and help build stronger communities. As the delegate said, according to the American Pet Products Association, pet ownership has increased to an estimated 70% of U.S. households with a pet, and studies consistently show that the vast majority of people consider pets to be an important member of the family. According to the CDC, the bond between people and their pets is linked to several health benefits, including decreased blood pressure, cholesterol levels, triglyceride levels, feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and symptoms of PTSD. Studies also show pet ownership increases opportunities for exercise and outdoor activities, results in better cognitive function in older adults, and creates more opportunities to socialize. Unfortunately, increasingly, families are put in the devastating position to make the often catastrophic choice between their pet and their home. Restrictive pet rental policies increase housing insecurities and break up families. Restrictive rental policies for pets and exorbitant pet fees add to the barriers that renters face, and no one should have to ultimately make the devastating choice between their pet and a home. Everyone deserves access to the benefits of the human-animal bond. We respectfully ask this committee to take an important step to start the process of identifying solutions to address the growing problem of families unnecessarily separated from their animal companions. Thank you.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm the State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. We want to thank our sponsor for working with us on a piece of legislation last year that, as she's explained, converted into this task force that's before you this year. And we do want to call to your attention the testimony in support from the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. We did work very closely with them on the structure of this. We're grateful for their support. And I hope that it made it in. There should be testimony from Healthcare for the Homeless. They're one of the groups that services housing insecure individuals that had flagged for me how significant the lack of pet-friendly housing is for their clients who are unwilling often to take housing if they cannot bring their whole family with them. And as the chairman said, I try never to admit it in front of my human children, but yes, there are favorites in our household, and they usually have the four legs. The housing crisis is something this committee is too well aware of, so I will not waste my limited time on that. I simply want to talk through what the bill does, where it came from. Again, we had the tax credit last year, and we realized that legislation was not going to move, sort of given the fiscal uncertainty of tax credits and the economic forecast facing the state. As the delegate said, we did work over the summer on a variety of proposals to bring to you, and realized that we don't have the expertise in-house to truly figure out what's going to be the most effective way forward. That's why we resorted to a task force, which we know is not always the ideal solution, but we look forward to sitting here with you next year at this time with the bill that comes out of this to move it forward. And the Senate bill is not a strict cross-file, so I do want to flag for you that Senate Bill 72, which is Senator Jackson's bill, is already passed. It passed the Senate 45-0. So we hope that that momentum helps carry it with some strong wins across the finish line in this chamber as well.
Senate Bill what?
72.
And it is, I didn't hear you. Did you say it is or is not a cross-file?
It is not a strict cross-file. He wanted to bring it back as a tax credit, which we respected, but it was amended, so now it is identical to this bill.
So this is similar to SB what?
72.
72.
Yes, as amended, sir.
As amended.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Lisa.
Good afternoon, Chair Barve, Vice Chair Stein, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Lisa Radov. I'm the president and chair of Maryland Votes for Animals. You've already heard very eloquent testimony from our sponsor, Delegate Jones. Thank you so much for your sponsorship, and from my colleagues. I will make this brief. Simply put, when this came to us prior to last year's bill, there were questions about whether we wanted to take a carrot or a stick approach. Last year, we went with the tax credit, thinking about the carrot approach. The task force, we feel, would be a good compromise so that we wouldn't have to even entertain the stick approach. We would be able to engage all of the stakeholders and come up with a solution that would work for everyone in a positive fashion. I urge your support on HB 1039. I know the task forces are not always popular, but this one has the endorsement of the MMHA and would be small and mighty, as our delegate has shown us today, and we urge your favorable support.
Okay, Delegate Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emily, I was very disappointed to read in your testimony that many rental units exclude Labradors and Golden Retrievers.
Yes.
I mean, I take that very personally, so.
Yes, I would say that by virtue of having size restrictions, which are very common in rental policies, they restrict some of the most common family dogs. It's very normal for these restrictions to be set at 40 pounds and less. I don't know how much your Golden Retriever or a Lab might weigh, but I think it's probably more than 40 pounds.
So it is. I mean, I think I know the answer. If it was a function of friendliness of breed, certainly that would not be an issue, but it's size, right?
It's size.
And weight, yeah.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that just raised a question for me, because as you know, in Prince George's County, pit bulls are not allowed. And so the question is, does this bill impact the Prince George's County local prerogatives on this?
No, I think the legislation very clearly is deemed at incentivizing. It's a task force that is going to make recommendations that are appropriate, and I think that any legislative solution would have to take into consideration local laws, as is generally the case. So I don't think that there's certainly no penalty, and there's absolutely no mandate in the legislation in terms of forcing any kind of rental.
But is the task force allowed to weigh in on that policy of the local government in Prince George's County?
I think that to the extent that breed restrictions are discussed, it would certainly have to be a part of that conversation, that as long as any jurisdiction has, breed-specific restrictions, whatever the task force commits to as their recommendation would have to, as Emily said, acknowledge it. I think that you could see the task force saying that that is the only breed restriction and, jurisdiction with the breed restriction in the state and pointing it out in that manner.
But not saying whether it's a good or bad thing.
Yeah, ultimately, that's a local decision that has to be made locally.
and that would not be in the recommendations of this task force?
No, this is really just financial incentives.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just curious, in the course of writing this bill, did any of you see like an incentive law somewhere else in America? I mean, and what was that like? I see Jennifer nodding her head. What kind of incentives do other states provide, if any?
There's a variety of bills that are either being introduced or, hopefully making some momentum in different jurisdictions. Colorado had an interesting proposal where the state, as initially drafted, the legislation would have said that the state would put up a bond and it would be available to landlords. So as long as the landlords waived any exorbitant pet rent or other sort of pet fees, if there was excessive damage in the apartment because of pets, the landlord could then come back to that state bond and ask for financial support in covering the expenses that were incurred. As I understand it, that bill's been amended, so it's moving in a slightly different format, just focused on capping these exorbitant pet rents and pet fees. But there are some creative ideas, and that's why we wanted to take a step back instead of just sort of continuing to ram forward with a tax credit. We thought it made more sense to look at what is being discussed in other jurisdictions and see if what the best and brightest minds out there have for us.
Because there are jurisdictions, I'm sorry, Chairman, there are jurisdictions that are moving forward with the tax credit version as well. So while that wasn't necessarily something that we thought was politically feasible for various reasons, there are different ways that different states are starting to look at this. It is very much an emerging issue as it's becoming increasingly a problem, so.
Okay. Any further questions? Well, that appears to be the end of the questions for House Bill 1039. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to House Bill 1073. Delegate Tavares. Is this your first time in our committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Ladies. Thank you. I'm a little bit more prepared today than I was the last time you saw me. So, thank you.
Oh, before Montgomery County? Yeah. Oh, okay.
That was less than 24 hours notice. But thank you so much to come before you today, Chairman Kumar Barv, Vice Chair Dana Stein, and committee members, for allowing me to come before this esteemed body. I'm here to ask for your favorable report on HB 1073 with the recommended amendments by House of Ruth. This bill requires that the Department of Housing and Community Development to establish special eligibility requirements under the Maryland Homeowners Assistance Fund for victims of domestic violence. HAF, as is typically recognized, is a program authorized under the American Rescue Plan Act. This bill allows victims of domestic abuse to apply for financial assistance through HAF and could be deemed eligible if they meet established requirements, even though the former abusive partner or current partner is listed on the home's title for the mortgage payments or is an account holder on the utilities but refuses to cooperate financially to maintain the household. Domestic violence can be sexual, physical, psychological, financial, or any combination of these. It takes approximately 7 attempts to leave an abuser. Often victims do not leave due to mental manipulation, threat of physical or sexual harm, limited financial and educational means, fear of their immigration status, fear of intimidation, or other cultural religious pressure. The House of Ruth is requesting an amendment to define domestic violence more expansively as defined in last year through this body, through legislation under section of the family law, Title 4-501. I'm fine with that amendment. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, 94 to 99% of domestic violence survivors experience economic abuse. Economic abuse can take many forms, including employment-related abuse, coerced debt, prohibited access to existing funds, and other forms of abuse. Domestic violence costs us money. Victims lose a total of 8 million days of paid work each year, equivalent to 32,000 full-time jobs. Domestic violence costs the nation over $8.3 billion. Providing a victim the funds to permanently separate from their abuser is the least we can provide, given the limited resources that exist in the state. You will read the harrowing story in your committee testimony of Marina Sanchez, that for 25 years lived in a psychologically and sexually abusive marriage. She was unable to drive for 15 years, forced to take 3 buses to go to work, limited to earning only $15,000 a year. She was unaware that even though her home was fully paid for, she requested her estranged husband to provide only child support and to pay property taxes. I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
Yes. However, he refused to contribute to force her to become homeless, returning to him owing $10,000 for only 2 years' worth of property taxes. While I assisted her because her home was fully paid, I couldn't have been able to if it had been a mortgage or utility bill. So you see, because both of them were on the title. So otherwise, she would be homeless right now. So therefore, I ask, that's why 1073 is needed, and I ask for your favorable support on this bill. Thank you for your consideration on this matter.
Okay, who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay, give us your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name's Dorothy Lenig. I'm the Director of the Domestic Violence Legal Clinic at the House of Ruth. The House of Ruth is a comprehensive domestic violence program. We serve victims all across the state, but we have offices in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County. I'm here today to urge a favorable report on House Bill 1073 as amended. I want to thank the sponsor for introducing this bill. This bill would allow a victim of domestic violence who owns their own home, who's faced financial hardship as a result of the pandemic, and is facing foreclosure to be able to apply for these funds. Maryland's Department of Housing and Community Development is set to receive $248 million over the next 3 years for this program. The way it works is that people who are facing displacement within 90 days can apply for a one-time payment. It pays things like for a delinquent mortgage, a condo, a homeowner's fee, property taxes. Lots of victims of domestic violence face financial hardship during the pandemic. To apply for these funds, they have to be able to show their income, the mortgage, property taxes, bankruptcy, consent forms if they have them, and the hardship attestation. But lots of victims of domestic violence don't have access to these because of the financial control and abuse. So sometimes abusers won't put their names, the victim's name, on the title to the property or the financial accounts. They lock them out of the accounts, they prevent them from accessing them, and they conceal anything about the household finances. Currently, without these documents, you can't apply. What this bill would do would be to allow the victim to apply using the documents that they have. It would allow them to apply. It doesn't say they would necessarily get the grant, but it would at least allow them to jump over that hurdle to apply. The 2 amendments are very similar to what we did with Delegate Stewart's bill last year. We changed the definition of abuse to match the definition in the protective order statute, and we changed the way you certify to be eligible for as a victim to be the way the address confidentiality bill does, or in Delegate Stewart's bill on the rental housing.
Thank you very much. William Steinwittel.
Hello. Again, committee, my name is William Steinwittel. I'm the supervising attorney for the Foreclosure Legal Assistance Project with the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. I thank you for Delegate Ferris for inviting us to testify in strong support for this bill. The Maryland Legal Aid Bureau is a very strong supporter of the HAF program. It provides cures for mortgage arrears, property taxes, HOAs, and water bills. However, a homeowner in an abusive relationship should not have to choose between saving their home and under the current law and getting the required documentation from a person who's either emotionally, physically, or otherwise abusing that individual. So this would make a person, and as our family law unit testified to, this would make the person more vulnerable to the coercion of that individual because they would need their support and they would need information from them in order to apply for the HAF assistance, and that, would bring them back into the abusive relationship. We just briefly want to talk about one example that we've experienced in Maryland Legal Aid. We help a lot of homeowners with the Homeowners Assistance Fund. I've represented this homeowner since 2017. She co-owns the property with her husband. Her husband is constantly spending money on other women and drugs, and then leaves the house, moves in with the other girlfriends, and then sort of abandons my client. And it's taken all of my efforts to maintain ownership of the property in a Chapter 13. But as soon as HAF opened up, we submitted an application because we believe over the long term that's the better course of action. However, we had to get information from this estranged person, which took over 2 months and extended the HAF application process unnecessarily. If this bill was in place at the time, this situation could have been avoided. So the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, both the Family Law Unit and the Foreclosure Legal Assistance Project, urge a favorable report on House Bill 1073.
Bob Etten signed up in favor. He's not here, so why don't I just go to Melanie Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Melanie Shapiro. I'm the Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. MNADV is the federally recognized state domestic violence coalition. We represent the 19 comprehensive programs in the state of Maryland that serve victims of domestic violence, as well as allied organizations, individuals, and professionals. We are here in support of House Bill 1073. The bill sponsor has shared the drafted sponsor amendments, which address the two main concerns, which is to ensure the eligibility requirements as well as that supplemental documentation can be used. Many victims of domestic violence do not pursue protective orders for a variety of reasons, so it's crucial that they be allowed to provide other documentation. A lot of the bills that we deal with regarding domestic violence are not in this committee. This is actually my first time, I think, ever testifying in person before this committee. And yet it goes at the heart and the core of what victims and survivors of domestic violence need. Overwhelmingly, they want to be safe. They want the violence to end. And this is one of those opportunities that we can provide to those victims and survivors to access that safety that they need. Over a third of domestic violence victims experience homelessness at some point in their lives, and so anything that we can do that will ensure housing stability is crucial to their safety. Therefore, we urge a favorable report with the sponsor amendments on House Bill 1073.
Okay, I believe that's everybody, so let's go to questions. Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you bringing the bill in, because this is obviously something we would like to remedy as best we can. I've got a couple of questions. The bill is to provide assistance to domestic, for a person being abused. I understand that. But there's nothing in the bill that says that the abuser has to be removed from the house. Is that a separate bill, or I don't understand how this works if the abuser is still there. Does the HAP assistance funding only take place if the abuser is removed from the house? Can you explain those two things to me, if you don't mind?
No, the assistance gets provided regardless of if the homeowner is, even though the abuser is still on the title, they just remove the requirements that the abuser has to provide their income and they have to sign the application. Like in the case that I discussed in my testimony, we had to go find the estranged party and wait 2 weeks before he decided to show up.
Let me be more specific.
So he has to sign the application. So the application has both every person who's on the title has to sign the HAF application.
Yeah, let me be more specific, okay?
Okay.
there's someone in the home being abused, okay? Does the abuser have to leave the home in order to get the financial assistance?
No.
So the financial assistance can be given, but the abuser is still in the house?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I speak to that? In the case where most oftentimes the reason why the person doesn't want to contribute is because oftentimes the extreme cases that we see is the homicides, right, which are 58 individuals were killed in 2021, and 100% of those times were because of breakups. And the thing is that oftentimes this type of triggering behavior is because the individual wants to separate or wants to leave this person behind. In the case of Marina Sanchez, because she separated herself 2 years ago from her partner, he refused to pay the property taxes on the second home and he used financial coercive means throughout their entire marriage, including not providing child support, not paying any bills, forcing her to go personally into debt despite the fact that he had a six-figure salary. So it's a way to control. So in this case, the fact that she separated herself and was independently figuring out her things without his financial need and dependency was what was causing the drama. And so now that she was able to use half, because in her case, the fact that there was no debt to the home was the fact that we were able to use half. But when there is debt to the home through a mortgage, she would not have been able, she would have lost her house and she would have been homeless.
Well, hold on. Do both people have to sign?
Yes.
Why would the abuser sign?
Because they're on the title of the house. Everybody who's on the title of the home has to sign. Now, my recommendation, if you want to hear it, is go after the money after there's a court order, because that's the only way you're going to get them to cooperate, if even they'll cooperate with that.
Okay. Delegate Ruth, then Guyton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So currently, under the current situation, if the abuser would have to sign if their name is on the lease, that's correct?
Not the lease, the mortgage.
The mortgage.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I said that wrong, sorry. So your bill would make it so that if they are, so that the domestic violence victim could apply for this without the abuser. If the abuser is still living in the home, they would be likely to sign it anyway, is that correct?
Exactly.
So this would really be addressing the situation where the abuser is no longer in the home and the victim we don't want the victim to have to contact the abuser and try to get, thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for that clarification. You said it beautifully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sitting here trying to process all this. First, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. I absolutely agree with the intent of the bill. My concern is whether there might be a way, and this is probably really screwing up the federal programs as well, whether there might be a way to have a lien against the interest in the home by the abuser if we step in and provide assistance for the abused victim to keep the home or to be able to pay the mortgage. My concern is I don't want to have any opportunity for an abuser to be able to benefit in any way, shape, or form from a program like this. But I do want to be able to protect the interest of the victim. So,
Can I speak to that?
Sure, please.
The thing is that when you put a lien in the home, you put a lien against all the owners, right? And that's the issue. If you could put the lien on every person that's on the title that did not respond or that's not cooperating, that's a different story, right? Because the thing is that my constituent at the time all she was making was $15,000 a year. She provided her taxes, she provided her pay stubs, and everything that was asked of her, and she signed the document. The only, and you have to also remember that the application period, it takes about 15 weeks for the process to go from soup to nuts to get the money. She found out at the last letter with like maybe 5-7 weeks to go that she was about to be evicted. I had to write a letter to the lawyer, the tax sale lawyer, and beg for his leniency. Luckily, he had a heart.
No,
So,
I
don't.
100% understand this is a real issue involving real people, and we want to figure out a way to solve it. So honestly, I really do. How does somebody, and maybe someone here knows, how does someone who's not a victim of abuse, but who has a co-owner, a spouse, a partner, who has interest in a property, get assistance if that other party is not available? Let's say they're, in the hospital, or they have
Military.
Alzheimer's, or, how is there a way for them to do it without the presence of the other person?
I can answer that question. The answer is yes. If it's DHCD has formed a partnership with the Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Services and so is Maryland Legal Aid. So basically, if we run into a situation where there's a title issue, as in if somebody has died or somebody is in a situation where they can no longer participate in the property and they need to transfer the property, basically what it does, it gets assigned to the MVLS Tangled Title Program, and then they assist the person in correcting the title. The problem, and the reason why that would not work in this particular situation is because the abused party would still have to cooperate with the title transfer, and obviously they would not. But in a non-abusive situation, that is what is done to allow the person to apply.
Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate the clarity of that. Thanks for bringing this. I think it's very helpful. There are a lot of other issues surrounding these kind of financial problems that we also need to solve, and I hope we can take some steps toward that. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Delegate Tavares, for bringing this. It's a really, really important bill, and thank you to both the witnesses who provided amendments. I think they're very crucial in terms of opening up the definition of both abuse and what kind of documentation you can have to prove it. My question is kind of following up a little bit on Delegate Ruth's, which is when I think about this, I think about couples or former couples who may be going through a separation or a divorce process, and how this bill would be especially beneficial for them, because in a lot of those situations, my understanding is that sometimes when people are going through a divorce proceeding, it can take months to go through the court process, and sometimes you'll actually have situations, I've seen them, where you have former or still current spouses in a relationship that involves abuse, where both people are actually living in the home but on separate floors or separate parts of the house, and there are actually protective orders in place to keep them on those sides of the house.
Oh my God.
And especially in those types of situations, you have scenarios where oftentimes the abuser, because they're mad that this stuff is in court right now, because they're very bitter, they don't want to pay for the mortgage anymore, even though they're legally required to do so until there's some sort of disposition in the court case. And you have situations where they want to be as least cooperative overall as possible, right?
Wow.
So I guess my question is, like, isn't it so that especially for people that are going through what can be a months-long divorce process, it makes sense to sometimes give money to the victim, to the survivor, even though the abuser may be in the home, because just because they're in their home doesn't necessarily mean that they're even seeing the survivor on a daily basis, if that's what the court ordered.
And if I could respond to that, you're lucky if it's months. It can be years.
Of course,
to get
of course,
divorced.
yeah, of course, yeah.
But and this also responds to Delegate Guyton's question. I think if you have a property that actually, is worth something, and let's say she gets this grant to pay it off, when they finally get divorced, you can figure out the equities in settling. So she would get, potentially she could get a credit for having paid this part of it or something like that. But yes, all of that's definitely true. You can kind of figure it out at that later down point. The point is you don't want the house to go into foreclosure, especially over something like a homeowners association fee or a delinquent tax or something like that, that I think would be relatively easy to solve.
Great, thank you all.
It appears there are no further questions. Thank you very much. That concludes the public hearing on 1073. We'll proceed to House Bill 1076.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Ooh, almost fell.
Welcome, Delegate Wells.
Hello, colleagues. Pleasure to be back in ENT. For the record, I am Melissa Wells. Good afternoon, Chair Stein and esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm here today to present on HB 1076, real property residential leases, fee in lieu of deposit. I'd like to say that this bill has come from a need to find a pathway for renters who are unable to pay first month's rent and a security deposit. And while I do believe we need to look at deposit law, this is a product that can fill the short-term need while we look for a long-term solution. My office has worked incredibly hard to ensure that tenants will not be taken advantage of with this legislation, and I know that there are still some amendments up for consideration. Today, the average rent in Maryland is approaching $2,000 a month. A landlord may collect the first month's rent and a 2-month security deposit to secure a rental. This can be a significant financial burden for renters, especially those with limited means. Security deposits can also can cause issues for tenants at the end of their lease. Landlords have 45 days to return the security deposit when tenants might need that for their next rental. Moreover, tenants and landlords often dispute withholding all or part of a security deposit. This bill will allow a landlord to offer a tenant an option to pay a monthly fee to waive security deposit requirement. The alternative can help reduce barriers to entry for renters who may have difficulty obtaining the funds for a traditional security deposit, which is particularly beneficial for low-income renters, young adults, and individuals who have experienced financial hardship. And we heard from the previous bill for those that might be in scenarios where they need to leave their current accommodation swiftly because of domestic violence. This optional fee in lieu of deposit alternative is permitted in 46 states, but not in Maryland. In addition, this legislation provides tenant protection provisions, including the disclosure of the cost of the fee and the security deposit, ensures that the fee is always an option for tenants, is optional for tenants, ensures that if the landlord discontinues coverage, the fee can be applied to the deposit, does not allow a landlord to require a deposit after there is an agreement in place to use a fee in lieu of deposit until the lease is up for renewal, so they can't do it in the middle of a lease, and permits a tenant to opt out during the lease by providing a security deposit. It also offers the same notice and inspection requirements required for security deposits. So I appreciate you for considering this alternative for Maryland renter and landlords. I know that there is still some concern about the bill, but I believe that we have to find some options that provide reprieve to individuals. In the meantime, I know this committee, having served on it, there are some really tough topics that we have to take up that unfortunately are not, the solutions take a lot of time for us to get to, one of them being like the definition of rent, which I was here when we had that discussion, and we still have not been able to define it. And so I just hope that you all would consider that we do need to look at all the possible tools in our toolbox and think about what are some safe ways that we can provide alternatives that may not be the ultimate solution in the end, but will at least provide immediate support to those in need. So with that, I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Fantastic. Bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. We have two Chris's, so which Chris would like to go first?
I will take the cake.
We're going in height order.
You got it.
Tallest to less tall.
So I'm Christopher Dews with Cornerstone, the taller Chris, and I'm also here testifying in favor of this bill. We want to thank Delegate Wells for sponsoring the piece of legislation, and we think it's at least a strong option to provide individuals who have that barrier to getting past the security deposit into housing at that level of options. I just want to highlight really quick that a survey was done about 70% of individuals who were surveyed said that they would welcome the fee option. So this is not an unpopular idea. And only 45% said they would actually take advantage of the fee option. I want to be very clear about the words I'm using here. It is an option. Nobody's being forced to use this. There is no a hard transition that's happening with regards to this option in lieu of a security deposit. And it's just a win-win. It's just mostly for individuals who may be experiencing housing intransigence, some type of divorce, or just young and they just don't have the money. I think it's going on $4,000 that couldn't be charged for a security deposit. I just wanted to highlight a couple of the protections that we have added into the bill to ensure that this is just incredibly clear. One, it is an option. Two, a tenant may opt out of the fee in lieu of a security deposit upon providing a landlord with a security deposit. So if they don't like it, they can always jump in and actually just provide a security deposit. The landlord must use the fee to purchase insurance to cover unpaid damages or lost rent. So there's no abuse of the fee. This is all in the bill. A landlord may not charge the tenant for the normal wear and tear using this fee, and a landlord shall not alter the fee amount during the lease term. The landlord also has to provide the tenant documentation of any damages and receipts for any receipts for damages repaired. And the last thing I want to say is, in the bill, if any of these provisions are broken or shattered by the landlord, that damages that they can receive up to 3 months of rent, the tenant, as protections, so that they're covered. I just want to say I think this is a good option to defeat the overwhelming barrier that security deposits can be, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
I am Short Chris. My name is Christopher Grimm. I'm testifying on behalf of Lease Lock in support of Senate Bill 603. A security deposit is protection.
Under the way it works right now, my $1,000 deposit would be taken and the property owner would bill me for $1,000, correct? Okay. So under lease lock, that's a scenario where I couldn't come up with the $1,000. So let's just say, again, I'm using simple numbers here so that it's easy for people to understand. I pay $100 with each payment. And so at the end of 10 months, after I've paid $1,000, what happens?
If there's no damage and you've paid your rent, nothing happens, right? Like you've not paid.
What if I stop paying on the 11th month? Then do I have to provide a $1,000 deposit to be able to not pay for the 11th month? Or is it just something I'll have to pay $100 as long as I stay there?
Sure. So the tenant always has the option to opt out, right? And you opt out by providing a security deposit, because that's the landlord's protection, right? If you're not paying the fee to waive the security deposit, the expectation is that you provide the security deposit, right? Because that's the protection for the landlord.
So let me ask the question this way. So I've been paying $100 a month, and I've been paying it for 15 months. So I paid $1,500. I leave to go to a different apartment unit, and the landlord says, well, you caused $2,000 worth of damage. My understanding is that what would happen is that the $1,000 that would have been the security deposit is taken, and then I'm billed for $1,000 to satisfy the $2,000. They don't. The $1,500 isn't fully taken. It's only the $1,000. Am I right or wrong about that?
No, the fees that a tenant pay is not an installment payment for a security deposit. It is a fee instead of a security deposit.
Okay, so if I paid 15 months and caused $2,000 worth of damage, $100 a month for 15 months, $2,000 in damage, how much of that $15,000 is going to be used to satisfy the $2,000 damage?
None. The $1,500 went to waive the security deposit requirement to move in. And currently, if you don't have the $1,000 security deposit, and for that tenant, it's probably not a good option to pay $100 a month for a $1,000 security deposit, right? Like that's not a good option. But for someone who doesn't have a $1,000 deposit, right? Your options are not get the apartment because you don't have the security deposit requirement. Put it on a credit card, right? And if you put The numbers that I ran was on a $3,000 security deposit because that's closer to the average security deposit in the state. If you paid the same $30 that you would pay to the landlord to waive a security deposit that you did in a monthly credit card payment, it would take you 24 years to pay that back and over $10,000 in
Okay,
interest.
but I want to know the money that I paid in lieu of the security deposit, none of that goes to pay for the $2,000 of damage?
Correct.
Okay, I understand. Okay, who else has a question? Barry and then Dana. And then Terraza. No, I'm sorry, Terraza's first, then Barry, then Dana. And then Delegate Boyce. And then Boyce. I don't know. I mean, push the button. Let's see what happens if I...
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, it's working, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think you may have just answered part of my question. So what I was looking at is the amendments that were submitted by the sponsor, and it basically says, the tenant has to pay for the damages. So the only thing this is going for, and I think this was answered, but I just want to make sure I understand. The only thing this is going for is to get out of paying the security deposit, but it doesn't function as a security deposit.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and so if you said it's about 30 months, okay, so how long does it take the average person to pay as much as they would have for a security deposit? Okay.
Fee is $30 a month, and if you figure the average security deposit is $3,000, a tenancy would have to be 10 years in order to hit that limit.
But at that point, if they wanted to stop paying that, unlike PMI, they would.
So there's different options. So I think like there's different scenarios that could play out in with this. I think that's what we want to lay out. But obviously, we want to be concerned about what each option means in terms of consumer protection and needs. So if there's an individual who say it's someone who is just getting out of like undergrad, they're relocating to a new city, and maybe they have some money in savings, but they need to use that for emergencies, for what have you. But eventually they'll be able to pay the deposit at maybe in 6 months. They could utilize this as an option where they only pay it for a little bit, and then they opt in or opt out of the fee in lieu of for the deposit. And then you have individuals that maybe would need to use this for a longer period of time. And that's where I think the pieces around the risk part, they've never been able to actually put up cash themselves up front. And that's where they will continue to be using kind of the PMI option. Because PMI at some point you will be able to pay it off. But so it depends. That's why it's a little bit different from PMI, but it's a similar concept to PMI. There could be some people that maybe they'll never be able to pay it off, right? But there could be a whole host of other people that are able to pay it off. But regardless, it still provides someone the option when they don't have the resources to pay that deposit, whatever the deposit amount is up front. This provides them some security in terms of the housing, but it still provides security for a landlord because it's still a risk on their part as well.
Okay, so but once they get to the point, so let's say they change their mind and they want to go and pay the security deposit, you're not deducting the amount they've already paid because that was already paid out.
So the only time that the deduction would ever apply in the way that you're looking at is if the insurance, for whatever reason, has to stops. It's canceled by the insurance company, whatever. The landlord has to pay whatever amount of money that that tenant paid in those fees has to be applied to the deposit.
Okay.
To cash deposit.
But otherwise, it's sort of paid and then
Correct.
you lose it.
Correct. And,
Yeah.
and,
Okay.
and with PMI, your payments for PMI don't go towards your mortgage principal, right? You're
Right, they're
continuing to pay
insuring
your
them,
mortgage.
right.
And if you build up 10% equity in your home and you have enough money for a 10% payment, then you could opt out of PMI by doing that. But until you hit that 20%, you would continue to pay PMI.
Okay, thank you.
I think Barry was next. Oh.
I just want to make sure I'm clear, because we've had conversations about this. And first of all, thank you for this, because deposits are such a barrier for people who otherwise could pay the rent every month, but just doesn't have that cash on hand. So this bill is just setting up the ability for renters and housing providers to have somewhat of an insurance plan together in lieu of a security deposit.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're either making a mountain out of a molehill here, or I'm just tired. But it could be. Okay. They move in when the full fee is paid, or they can move in and...
No, so yeah, the option for the tenant before they move in is security deposit or monthly fee.
Right.
And then they could just move in, pay their first month's rent, and pay the fee on month one, and then pay every subsequent month's rent along with the fee, and that's it.
What happens if they don't pay the fee?
So they're in breach of their lease agreement, right? So you've entered into this agreement with the landlord, and similar to other lease provisions. If you don't hold up your end of the bargain, there are consequences, right? The landlord can pursue you for that money because you're failing to keep up your.
There could be
your
consequences, but it's about 90 days down the road.
Mm-hmm.
At least, I've seen the movie. Yeah.
They are subject to our state laws around the failure to pay rent process. That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you.
Which this bill does not speak to that.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegate and panelists, I'm looking at the letter from the Consumer Protection Division. They raise a few questions. They suggest, for example, that a landlord could charge a fee that's above the insurance premium. Is that the case? I mean, with the landlord, let's say if Chris, your typical premium you say is $30 a month, could the landlord say, okay, for us to have this arrangement with the landlord, it's going to be $50 a month?
Yeah. So we try to strike a balance in the bill between keeping the fee at the cost of the insurance, but providing landlords with the ability to cover other costs, right? So you've got to train staff. The bill requires significant disclosure for new tenants, so you've got to train staff on how to do the disclosures. There's software integration costs. There are other things that are associated that go above the premium. So the bill requires the landlord to charge a fee that is the cost of premium and I believe the term is obtaining and effectuating the insurance. So $50 would certainly go above those costs, and a $50 a month fee would not be a good choice for most tenants, even if they had a hard time coming up with a deposit.
Okay. And one other question. They say that it's possible for the insurer, in, say, case of lease lock, to go after, let's say that a landlord does make a claim under the policy against the insurer for damage done by a tenant, then that the insurer could go after the tenant.
Could you speak up a little bit? Sorry, there was a little background noise.
Sure.
I apologize.
The Consumer Protection Division wonders whether it's possible for the insurer, in this case like lease lock, to pursue a claim against a tenant when there's been damage to the property, and the insurer has to pay the landlord for that.
Sure. So the bill doesn't create any new rights under insurance law at all. Under existing insurance law, there's the right of subrogation, right? If I ding your car in the grocery store parking lot, your insurance will pay to fix your car if you have coverage, but then your insurance company is going to send me a bill because I'm the damaging party, right? The damaging party is always responsible for the damage that they cause, right? Just like at the end of the lease, the landlord would send a tenant the bill and say, there's a hole in the wall, it cost me $100 to fix it, here's all the evidence. An insurer has the right, if they paid that claim, to pursue the tenant. Again, we don't, because we found it not to be a good practice, but that's established precedent in insurance law. And the closest similarity to our product surety bonds, which are authorized in statute, are expressly allowed to pursue tenants as well.
Okay, and just one follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind. I understand what you're saying. I also think that a tenant who's paying this fee may assume that this is effectively insurance that they're paying not really understand that they're paying for the landlord to have this insurance policy. So they would be quite surprised then if the insurance company then pursued them for any damage.
Sure. In an ideal world, the word insurance would never come up when the tenant is presented with this option, right? The tenant would be shown an option of a security deposit or a fee to waive the security deposit. The First Amendment that was provided to the committee actually beefs up the disclosure requirement and says landlord has to say to a tenant, your options are A, security deposit, and I will withhold for any damages, or B, a fee to waive the security deposit, and you will be expected to pay for any damages. We wanted to make that as crystal clear as possible. There are some other provisions in the bill that we agreed to over negotiations with folks who had issues, where the landlord says, I'm using this to purchase insurance, here's how much coverage I have. We would prefer not to have that discussion with the tenant for exactly that issue, to not confuse people, but that was what folks wanted to see as a requirement in the disclosure, and we agreed to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the second bite at the apple, Mr. Chair. So I see that a little over a year ago, LeaseLock entered into a settlement with the Attorney General Consumer Protection Division over allegedly violating the security deposit law, which requires that deposits be refunded. Is this different than that product, and how has it changed?
No, so it's the same. So we were operating in Maryland for about 6 years on this model, which is the landlord gives the tenant the option. The Attorney General's office told us a fee in lieu of security deposit is a security deposit. And we said, huh? And they said a fee in lieu of security deposit is a security deposit and has to be refundable. We said, okay, we'll refund all the tenants who paid landlords fees then, and we'll work on legislation to clarify that this is not a security deposit and put protections similar to what's in the existing law around it. And that's what we've been working on, and that's why this bill is here. We operate in 46 states. We did operate in Maryland. We didn't have any issues during the time that we were operating. There was an interpretation of the definition of security deposit that would be inclusive of a deposit waiver fee, and that's why we have this bill before y'all today.
Thank you. And could you just clarify what are those protections that?
Sure. So the choice to the tenant at move-in, right, which we've beefed up with amendment, that it always has to be an option. And then we tried to take all the requirements on a landlord or a surety company in terms of documentation. So a landlord has to give evidence that there was damage. They have to provide all the receipts for that damage. If they want to withhold from a security deposit, let's make sure they do that in this circumstance too. If they submit a claim to a surety company, they've got to give all that information to the surety company. The surety company's got to provide that to a tenant if they want to pursue the tenant for money that they've paid a claim. So we've tried to take all of those requirements, including that a tenant cannot waive any of those rights in any lease or contract with the landlord. So we've tried to take those existing pieces and apply them to this situation.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may have just answered this, but just to be sure, I'm almost wondering why you would need this bill, because I feel like a landlord could just offer this, and that actually a landlord would stand to make more money in many cases, and he doesn't have to return it. And I feel like it's a lot like those, you know, I mean, I don't want to use the word payday loan, but just it's so expensive to be poor, and I worry that this is one of those problems.
So under current law, a landlord could offer a tenant an option of a security deposit or higher rent, right? Okay. So instead of calling it a fee, a landlord could just say, we're going to charge you higher rent. Or they could not give the option at all. They can just say, our rents are higher, still require a security deposit, and purchase insurance. This at least creates that option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would this, if a tenant doesn't pay this, you said there would be options, that options could be pursued against them. Would one of those options be eviction?
Yes, because they're in breach of their lease.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, whether I put down a $1,000 deposit or go for this, I'm responsible as the renter for any damage
Correct.
in both scenarios.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to the opponents of the bill. Matt Hill and Michael Donnelly. Unfortunately, because we are not virtual, we will not have Kira Wilpone Wellborn. That's a terrible shame, but we're going to proceed with the public hearing. Oh, let me get mine. Okay. When you start, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Matt Hill. I'm an attorney at the Public Justice Center. First, I just want to thank Delegate Wells for addressing the incredibly important issue of security deposits and the barrier that security deposits bring to tenants who are trying to move, either from uninhabitable conditions or they need to move because of work, or sometimes they're fleeing a domestic violence situation. So we agree and recognize that security deposits are a tremendous barrier for tenants seeking safe, affordable housing. There are other ways to address that issue. One way would be, I think some folks refer to this, but an installment plan in which landlords would be required to offer an installment plan to the tenants to pay the security deposit in 3 or 4 installments over the course of a few months. We much prefer that option because it's simple, it's clear, and everyone knows what you're doing. This bill, and unfortunately this product, is much more complex. And I think so the problem with this bill is illustrated by the last 30 or 40 minutes in this committee, in which the committee spent 30 or 40 minutes just trying to figure out what the bill does and what this product does. And so there are a lot of traps for the unwary, we think, in the bill and how it would affect tenants. Chairman Barve hit on a couple of those, as did Delegate Stein and others. And so just to, in some ways, we're also concerned because the bill seems to be getting worse in some way year after year. So last year, at least, there was a cap on how much the landlord could charge for a security deposit if they're offering this lease lock product as an alternative, and that was 1 month's rent. This bill, we actually encourage landlords to charge the maximum security deposit allowed by law, which is 2 months' rent, in order to force or incentivize the tenant to buy the lease lock product instead. And so we liked that cap at 1 month's rent. And I've got another 6 or 7 issues along those lines in here. But bottom line, it's just too complicated for tenants who are in a rushed scenario to understand what they're getting into, which is easy, but getting out of it may not be so easy. So thank you, and we urge an unfavorable report.
Okay. Mr. Michael Donnelly.
Yes. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Michael Donnelly from Economic Action Maryland, and I'm here, unfortunately, to voice my opposition to House Bill 1076. And like my colleague, I have to thank Delegate Wells for bringing this because in my day-to-day work with renters, I definitely understand that security deposits, having that, up to 2 months worth of rent, can be a dramatic barrier for people seeking affordable, healthy, safe housing. And we definitely need to have some solutions to it. However, the solution provided by this bill just opens up too much danger for renters, and as is stated, they often do not know what they're getting into. And so while security deposits, if things go well, renters can get them back. Here, renters are just paying these fees to insure the landlord against themselves, and as has been discussed, they're still open to, subrogation. They're still open to suits for damages that they cause. And so these fees in lieu of security deposits, as is stated, they're not deposits. They provide, a lot less protection to renters. And, currently we do have caps on the amount that a security deposit can be, but given the bill language, we just can't say that, people won't be forced to pay even more than a security deposit would require. So for these reasons, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Before I get to questions, how many states, generally speaking, have a 2-month cap for deposits?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure. A lot, a little?
I've never researched that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So help me understand what then is the solution to individuals removing the barrier of a security deposit, because the reality is, whether it's 1 month or 2 months, you have to give additional money, which more than likely people don't have, although they probably have the means and the ability to pay the rent. So tell me what the solution is if, one, I don't have that kind of cash on hand, and two, I can't pay an additional fee per month towards the security deposit until it's paid off. So, I guess I thought you'd be a little bit more work-withable with this, considering I think it does kind of help remove that barrier, I think, to housing, in that people don't have unlimited disposable funds to be able to put down these deposits. So can you help me understand whether it's a cap? I think last year the bill had a cap, and I don't think you all supported it, but just want to figure out what is the solution, because we do have to address this issue. I think more people would be housed otherwise.
Before you answer that, Vaughn Stewart just told me that 9 states have a 2-month cap, and his home state of Alabama only has a 1-month cap. So, but how many states, do you know how many states have no caps at all? Give me a second. Okay. Go ahead and answer a question.
I got distracted thinking about my own home state of Alabama. So, Delegate Boyce, I totally agree that, again, this is a huge issue for renters who are seeking safe, affordable housing, and there are trade-offs everywhere. And so the trade-off I think you're looking at here is, yes, this would make it easier for many tenants to avoid that barrier and to get into housing more quickly with the much lower $30 a month fee. So that's good. The trade-off is that, again, the unintended consequences, well, first, I think it's much more difficult to say what happens on the back end when they can't pay that fee. Are they going to be evicted because they can't pay that $30 fee anymore? After they leave the property and there's all these allegations of damages, you're actually in some ways encouraging third-party
But they would still do a walkthrough, right? You have to do a walkthrough before you leave in an apartment, right?
You have the option to do a walkthrough, yes, if you want to do a walkthrough. That's correct.
But and I don't know if the bill states this. I thought maybe it did, that if you do have this insurance, I would believe a walkthrough would be required, because through that walkthrough there probably has to be a mutually agreed an agreement about the potential damages should the landlord have to put in for a reimbursement through the insurance.
I mean, in my experience, there's very rarely actual mutual agreement on what is and is not damaged and what is or is not owed at the end of the tenancy.
There would be a walkthrough. I mean, there wouldn't be like a blind, like I just decide these 5 things were a mess and therefore I'm going to put in for a claim for the insurance. I guess what I'm saying, I'm not saying I'm supporting one thing over another. What I'm asking is you mentioned earlier almost a preference that folks kind of come out of pocket and pay maybe $50 or $100 more towards a security deposit versus something like this. I'm not saying it has to be this, but like something like this where upfront costs are not necessarily are at a very, very, very minimal.
I think that, again, it's a trade-off. You're balancing, yes, the upfront costs are very minimal, but what happens down the road when you're leaving and you're essentially encouraging a third-party debt collector model where lease lock is now going to be suing the tenant instead of the landlord for damages that maybe there was some agreement on the way out, but in my experience, most of the time there's no agreement on the way out about what was and was not the tenant's responsibility for damages. And so it's easy to get in, potentially very difficult to get out. At the same time, I totally understand the benefits of the model. I get that. I hope no one took my comments as being flippant. I think it's an important issue. I think that the installment plan is it's still a burden for tenants, absolutely. But it's much clearer, it's much easily understandable to tenants, and so I think it's a preferred model to try to address some of these issues.
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next question, apparently our little Delegate Stewart, if he loses an election, should get a job at DLS. He will not, but he said there are 22 states that do not have a cap. So, Delegate Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we're on the subject of caps, Mr. Donnelly talked about caps. The current cap in Maryland is what? 2 months. That's correct. All right. Let me ask then, Mr. Hill, if we had a landlord who wanted to give installment payments to the tenant for a security deposit, if you please explain to the committee if the tenant moves out before a 1 year time period. If a tenant moves out before a 1 year time period and the installments were stretched out over 1 year, explain to the committee how the landlord would get the security deposit amount that was put on the lease. If the lease said security deposit is $2,000, but I, the landlord, will allow you to make that $2,000 in 12 equal months payments, and then the tenant moves out before 1 year, how do I get my money? Security deposit.
Sure. So let's keep it even. I guess let's say it's $1,200 and it's spread over 12 months, and the tenant moves out in month 6, and the landlord has $600 of the security deposit. In which case, if there are damages, let's say it's a mutual agreed termination that both parties agreed, then the landlord would have that $600 to use in order to address any damages concerns beyond ordinary wear and tear. And hopefully there would be less damages concerns because the tenant's only been there for 6 months. Is it a perfect solution? No, but it is certainly addressing the barrier issue that we were just talking about.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just to set the record straight, I think the council can attest, I'm not a good enough lawyer to work for DLS, and that's why I have to keep running for elections. Yeah, exactly. So my question, I'm trying to do something relatively rare in this committee, which is stick up for small landlords. I worry that they would. I am concerned about a situation where a small landlord would adopt lease law and then fail to adequately describe the product or fail to advise tenants, and the AG's letter mentions this possibility too, but fails to advise tenants of the pros and cons, and especially the cons, and then may get hit by a unfair, abusive, and deceptive trade practice suit if the product ends up not actually being very beneficial to the tenant. And I can imagine it would be very, very easy for a small landlord to fall into that trap of thinking this product looks good on the surface, but then not actually advising even if they got guidance, not advising the tenants properly on what the drawbacks may be. I don't know if you guys, I know that y'all are not small landlords, but I wanted to get your take on whether that sounds like a realistic possibility.
I mean, you're right, Delegate Stewart. I'm not the right person to ask, but it certainly does seem possible. And I would just say that to look at the Attorney General's testimony on this, I mean, there are a lot of known unknowns and a lot of unknown unknowns that they do a good job of laying out. And I think that just illustrates the fundamental problems with the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pushed my button too soon. Let's get back to the $1,200 security deposit that the landlord collects on installments, okay? So the security deposit agreement is $1,200. The tenant has stayed in there 6 months. The landlord has collected $600. Upon exit, the landlord and the tenant walk through the house, and then it's determined that there are $1,200 worth of damages. Normal law, receipts are paid, all that kind of thing. How does the landlord get back that $600 unpaid? $600.
Sure, they would have to sue them in small claims court.
Oh, okay. As opposed to just having the money in, okay, I got you, thank you. I just wanted clarification, thank you.
Very briefly, an FYI, if there were not these evil landlords, there wouldn't be any tenants.
Delegate, I think you're confusing me with someone else. I never said that they're evil landlords.
No, I threw that out as a beginning. That was mine, not yours.
Record stated.
Okay.
I'm going to have the last question here. So basically, under current law, if I'm a landlord, I can say it's $1,000 rent and $2,000 deposit, or if you can't pay the $2,000, you can pay me $1,100 rent. You pick. That currently, under the law, I could do that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All righty then. That ends the public hearing on 1076. We will go now to House Bill 1121.
Are you done? I wish. Back to JPR.
Welcome back, Bridges.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate being back here. I love this committee, for the record.
Oh, yes, we can tell.
Yeah.
We can tell.
All right, so again, for the record, Delegate Tony Bridges, thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of this committee. I'm here in support of House Bill 1121. This is a buyer privacy protection bill. Some of you remember this bill. This bill has been before this committee previously. It's been maybe a few years that I first introduced this bill. Then last year, this bill was brought back. There were some drafting errors when we reintroduced the bill. And in fact, there was another bill that was introduced at the same time that, we're not going to talk about that, but it was the exact same bill. And so there was a lot of confusion about this bill. This bill is really all about people's names and making sure that in the purchase of a property, we are protecting people and their names and identity from any discrimination that may happen as a result of people finding out your name. A name can hold a lot, whether it's your ethnicity or even having a person's name as they're going to buy or purchase a property. You can also look up a person's name. Social media has us all over the place. And because of that, we're able to look people up and actually find out a little bit more information than previously was known about individuals in the purchase of a property. Really, we want to make sure that people, as you purchase properties, are able to purchase those properties based on your income and the fact that you can actually pay for a property and the mortgage for that property, not any other factors. And so there has been a lot of work that's been put into this bill over the years. We're trying to get it to the right point. Not sure, how you all have felt about what we've submitted so far, but we're willing to work with this committee. We're willing to work with those that have unfavorable testimony to get it to the point where we really do protect buyers when they're purchasing their property so that there is no discrimination that happens, whether it's bias or unconscious bias when individuals are buying properties. Look, I am no expert in the purchase of properties, but I have the experts with me who can answer those detailed questions about the process of purchasing a property and where we get to the point where we actually shield individuals from having their names in a property, a contract, until it's actually time to purchase that property. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'm more than happy to turn this over to my panelists and ask that you give us a favorable support report for House Bill 1121.
Okay, who'd like to go first?
Thank you, everyone, Chair Barve and Vice Chair Stein. My name is Rodney Dodson. I am a board member of Greater Baltimore Board of Realtors. I sit on their Equal Opportunity Committee. Been a professional real estate agent for the past 9 years, and also, last but not least, co-author of this bill. In my eyes, House Bill 1121 is the modern complement to the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And I say that because it protects against discrimination. On the onset, when a seller receives a contract in Maryland today, the buyer's name is one of the first things that they see. It should always be about the terms and the other things that's within the contract and not the name. So the problem is that the buyer is left vulnerable. With the advent of technology, thank you. With the advent of technology, let me just give you an example. Delegate Boyce, say, for example, you want to buy in a nice neighborhood and you submit a contract, and Delegate Naraki, say you submit the same contract. Sellers have, if I'm representing the seller, I present the contracts to them, and they say, well, she went to Towson, and that's a cool school, but Senator Naraki, he went to Hopkins and St. Mary. Let's choose this guy. It creates bias. If we did not have the name included in the negotiation period specifically, we would get around it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Thank
please.
you, Chair Barbe, committee members. We appreciate you hearing us again this year. We've worked very hard on this bill since 2020, and it was interesting today that we start with Delegate Wu trying to focus on transparency with entities and big business, and we're here to talk about privacy for individuals. So this bill is about removing the name from the contract of sale during the negotiation period. It provides realtors the ability to protect the interest of their buyers when it is true that the status quo of the seller clients is to want to know who's going to buy that house. I want to know more about them. And I can know some information by their name, and there are some of us whose national origin, whose race is clearly or maybe suggested by the name, and especially when there's discretion and that seller client has a choice between two clients, it's important that we protect the name of that buyer. We've addressed 4 points in this bill, and we think that this is the bill for favorable this year. Number one, the Attorney General did not want this bill to apply to entities, and so it is prohibited to apply to entities. Number two, the Bar Association was concerned we wouldn't have signed contracts. This is an offer to purchase that's fully signed, and initials can be in place of a signature. It can be electronic. It can be wet signature. The third issue that we've addressed in this issue is that it will be applied uniformly. There won't be an option to not include your name. It will not be included. And the fourth issue is that the name will be revealed on contract acceptance. On page 11 of the contract of sale, right below the date of acceptance will be the buyer's name, and that supports our lenders and our title companies wanting the name associated with the contract. We're hoping for a favorable report today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delegate Bridges, for bringing this. I think this is incredibly important. So I don't want what I ask after that to take away from it in any way, because I think the bill and its purpose are much more important than my question. But I just want to ask the question anyway, if that's all right. The only thing that I'm worried about, and maybe it's because I think you should be able to discriminate on, is whether it's a person buying it or a company buying it. Does this address this in any way, or is that just something we need to?
Thank you, Delegate Terrasa. It does address it in the bill, that the bill applies to an individual, and what the bill addresses as a natural person, it's an individual who's buying a residential property as an owner-occupied purchase. So it's very specific, and then it does outline in the bill that it specifically excludes, and it doesn't apply to entity purchases.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I'm glad there was that answer, and I support it either way. But thank you.
Can I follow up on her question? Are we legally permitted to discriminate against an entity purchaser? Can I do that? Say, I'll sell to you, but not to General Motors? Is that legally permissible?
If I can take that answer, is to my knowledge, there's no protected class for an entity of intention, a purchase intention of a property, or the entity itself is not falling under a federal, state, or local protected class.
Okay. Delegate Healy.
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that before I ask my question, which is so if the entity is a church who wants to purchase this, or a mosque that wants to purchase this property to have a place where their people can stay, there would be potential for discrimination versus.
Well, this bill doesn't. It excludes entity purchases, so it wouldn't be applicable under this bill. If a church were purchasing a residential property, pursuing a conditional use for pursuing a church, it wouldn't fall under this bill. They would be fully disclosed in terms of either the LLC name, and that would have to be addressed with Delegate Wu's bill about the transparency of the members of the church who might be a part of a protected class. That doesn't fall under this bill.
That does not fall under
This bill is for individual purchasing an owner-occupied property.
Okay, let me ask this other question, and I want to associate my remarks with Delegate Terrazas' opinion about the bill. I think it is a great bill. I do have a question, though, because depending on how the markets are going, sometimes there's like bidding wars for people that, the prices keep going up and somebody comes in and somebody just wants to write a letter and tell a story about their family and how much they need this home, and they can lay it on real thick, and maybe would this preclude them doing that?
Well, so Maryland Realtors
Or is that
organization.
already against the law?
It's already.
Right. It's hinted against to that because that's opening the door for potential biases and other traps of discrimination. When you write this letter, there's different biases that could associate.
Yeah, the Maryland Association of Realtors, though withdrawing its bill previously, recommends its members against providing or supporting or engaging in the creation of love letters, and that's what they're called. And there was a bill in Oregon that was passed against love letters because it violates fair housing, and so it has been recommended against. And so as a matter of practice, realtors are recommending their clients against love letters because they do tend to suggest and encourage one owner to make a decision in housing that doesn't fall within the confines of price
This
and
is the
term.
last question, and it has to do, before you get into all of this negotiation and stuff, there's a certain amount of word of mouth. Houses get sold before they get listed, because the people's neighbors talk to neighbors, and they know that this house on the corner is that I've always wanted to live in, and I live a block away, and I had my eye on that house forever, and I know the people who live there, and they tell me that they're going to put it on the market soon, and I think, this is my chance. Is that addressed in this bill at all?
It can't be. This bill can't address transactions that don't involve a licensee.
Okay.
And when we have a real estate agent involved, the real estate agent is obligated by law to represent their client, and this law helps the agent be able to do that in a clear way, and it provides an opportunity to bring fair housing laws as an evolution to keep pace with technology and keep pace with the interest for us to try to encourage our clients from the bias that's even implicit, and they may not even be aware of that bias of being inclined toward a certain name.
I'll talk to you offline about those other.
Let's move on to the next question. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. Thank you, first of all, for bringing the bill back here, for your persistence. I've always found this a really interesting idea. I just have two questions. One, do living trusts apply? Why not?
Individual buyer, a living trust would be the seller designation, unless you're talking about ownership interest, not the contract purchaser. A living trust wouldn't be a contract purchaser, but it would be a designation of ownership, like ownership interest.
Okay. So you could basically.
I don't believe that would apply because it's
because
an
it's not a business entity. It's not a corporate entity.
It's an ownership is like joint tenants.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, got it. So you could shield yourself as an individual when you're making an offer, but then at closing, you could essentially designate your living trust to be the purchaser.
Well, in fact, the bill suggests that the buyer will be revealed as of contract acceptance. So presently, if you make an offer on a property, that offer, once it's accepted and signed by the seller, you will receive this ratified contract. The date of acceptance is placed on a blank line on page 11 of the contract. That establishes the date that agreement is ratified. We're proposing that directly below that line become another line that says name of the buyer. And that buyer will be revealed as of acceptance. And it's related so much in housing, even in rental housing. We will have owners that will ask, would like to meet the tenant ahead of signing the contract of sale, and it's inappropriate to do that in rental housing because owners will make a decision based on the characteristics of a consumer buyer rather than the merits of a purchase contract. And we don't do that in real estate purchases. So this bill says there's a gap in fair housing, and we know that redlining started right here, and we removed that physical boundary with redlining in 1968, but there's this invisible boundary, it still exists, and that's the owners wanting to know more about that buyer.
Can I say one thing too? This is for, all today we've been talking about, renters' rights, and so this is for that buyer that has, a beautiful ethnic name that is fought to save up that $20,000, $30,000, and they come to us and ensuring us to help them get to the finish line. And when we present an offer, it's no other offers. It's not any competition. The competition is their beautiful name, and they get denied, and they wonder why, and we say, we don't know. We don't have. But they say, I know it's because of my name. Let's go look at the next house. That's why we're here. That's why we're fighting. And we, contend that you offer a favorable vote.
I really appreciate that. I just have one other question. This is actually something I heard from a previous member of this committee. One of the years this was introduced in the past. So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and just give you guys an opportunity to address this in case it comes up this year as well. There are certain types of individuals that I think certain home sellers would want to be able to discriminate against, and that some people would think it's okay to do, namely sexual predators. I have heard a concern that they want child sexual predators, and they want names to be on there so that a home seller could discriminate if they live in a community, for example, that has lots of children. They want the ability to be able to discriminate against someone who has prior convictions for sex offenses against children. I'm not sure necessarily if I agree with that take or if I think that kind of discrimination should be permissible or good, but I just want to give you all the opportunity to address that concern.
The bill doesn't presently address having to provide an identity for someone that might be in the sex offender registry. The contract of sale presently in Maryland, a real estate agent is precluded from providing information about whether or not someone is on the registry. It is important that, yes, sellers and buyers have the opportunity to search the registry for someone who might already be residing. So the challenge for a contract purchaser would be the agent would have either A, no idea that that person is on the registry. The person does have to register, and there is a protocol for it. We did, interestingly, in the Senate hearing last year, offer a buyer disclosure document. There was a question about whether a buyer might have canceled a contract before or been involved in litigation. And a buyer client that's being represented by a realtor signs an engagement contract, a buyer agency agreement. That agreement could also have a buyer disclosure that says they're not an entity, that they're not involved with litigation, that they're not on the sex offender registry. And we'd be willing to work with the committee to make sure that we can answer these nuances where we may not be able to address something that would otherwise this bill might be compromised with.
Yeah, Delegate, this bill has obviously evolved over the years, and I think things like that come up help us really to get closer to the finish line. And so if that's something that we need to address moving forward, I think it's something that we can probably try to address as well.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Mr. Dotson, I'm impressed. I think Delegate Boyce is also impressed as well with your research there. I do have a question either to Delegate Bridges or to Mr. Dotson or any of the panel to respond. So the realtors have given presented testimony unfavorable. I just want to give you a chance to kind of maybe talk through some of those, if you've seen that letter. Have you seen that letter, Delegate Bridges, or anyone there?
Not this year.
Okay. Mr. Dotson, have you seen it?
Not this year.
Here, so two of the points they raise, just to give you a chance to kind of talk about it, is one second. Sorry. They raise the point that this effectively still would not shield someone's name because there's other documents that would have someone's name potentially there, and someone could still look at those documents there. So it's not just this agreement, but other documents. So that was one of the points. And probably maybe more importantly, they're also talking about that this creates an unrepresented buyer agreement, which is executed through the buyer's real estate broker. This is not an agreement that can be executed under current Maryland real estate brokerage law.
Read the second question again.
Yeah, so they say that this creates an unrepresented buyer agreement, which is executed through the buyer's real estate broker. This is not an agreement that can be executed under current Maryland real estate brokerage law.
I'm not sure I understand that question. Presently, a buyer in Maryland has the discretion. The buyer gets to choose whether they're represented or unrepresented. So a buyer who is unrepresented can sign an unrepresented buyer agreement detailing that they're not being represented by the realtor. The realtor can proceed to make an offer to purchase. They would be representing the seller. It's called seller's agency. It's very unusual for a realtor to be have an unrepresented buyer if they're not already representing the seller client. Most other buyers would sign a buyer's agency contract. So we might need more clarification on that question. I'm not sure about that. The shielding of the name, I'll answer that the removal of the buyer's name from the contract of sale would remove it from page 1. It's item 3. It would remove it from the top line that's filled out by an agent. It would be blank. So the forms in Maryland, the Maryland Association of Realtors has a forms committee. And every year the forms committee makes changes to the Maryland contract of sale. And on October 1st, every year, there's a summary of changes and the contract changes materially. So practically speaking, Maryland Realtors is already modifying the contract of sale every year. And this is in the ordinary course of our activities, and what Maryland Realtors does to support its members is to speak to the interest of the public in how we can protect buyers or what's necessary to protect sellers and buyers in that contract. The only other documents that might accompany an offer to purchase is a lender's letter. And that lender's letter would be a letter that would identify that the buyer is qualified, so we would want to make sure that the lenders participating understanding this legislation and that name will be withheld from the letter, but the lender can certainly speak to the criteria, the qualifications. None of this impacts a mortgage application. It doesn't impact the title at closing and the recording of the deed. The name will be inserted as of contract acceptance. It just removes the name while the parties are negotiating, so the characteristics of the buyer don't get in the way.
So would their name, according to this, would their name still appear on the disclosure and disclaimer form as well?
The signature is on a disclosure form. So a disclosure disclaimer form is signed by the seller. They provide information, and then it's acknowledged by the buyer. The buyer can sign electronically, but lots of inventions. That name can be provided. It can also be an initial, and according to the Bar Association, they did agree that the statute of frauds upholds that an initial is a signature, and that would be acknowledged, and that would be a legal document. I'm not an attorney. I would say that.
And that was very well put. But I'll just say, it's work. It's work, but it's needed work. It's not a lot of work, and with the opposition over the years, I think we've gotten we finally gotten to the real crux of the bill, and that, even if we have to do some work and do some modifications, it's for the good. And we're upholding the Fair Housing Act of 1968.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last question will go to Delegate Morgan, and then we'll go to the last bill of the evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, how do you address for sale by owner?
This wouldn't apply, this bill doesn't apply to a for sale by owner unless the for sale by owner receives an offer to purchase from an agent that's representing the buyer.
Thank you.
Well, you have worked to hone this down for several years. I really respect that. So with that, we conclude the public hearing on House Bill 1121. Thank you, one and all. Let us now go to the final bill of the evening, House Bill 1220, Delegate Conaway. I don't know if you know this, Delegate Conaway, but under the rules, you get 4 minutes. So, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining and 30 seconds. So that's the way it works these days in here. But we won't start until you start, so there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for having me. These are wonderful rules. I'm Delegate Frank Conaway, here to introduce House Bill 1220, and strangely enough, I don't think I'm going to need the 4 minutes, but it's wonderful. The name of my bill is Commercial Leases, Forced Majoret Clauses Required. Now, maybe I pronounced it wrong, and I've been having...
Close enough.
Close enough?
Close
Could
enough.
you pronounce it for me? Or
Force majeure.
Majeure, okay. Well, I was thinking of the French way, even though they said it wasn't French. But what this basically does, it requires that that a commercial lease would have a clause in it to say that if it's a act of God or nature or something that hinders the lease from being fulfilled, that the lease would have this provision in it. And this comes about from the COVID, actually from COVID lease questions that were raised as to whether or not people were still responsible for their rental payments and not responsible for their rental payments. So I just investigated it a little bit, and I thought that something should be put into the commercial leases that says if it's beyond reasonable control, an act of God, accident, riots, war, terrorism, epidemic, that the lease shouldn't be held as an enforceable document as it's written. And with that, I would answer any questions that I could.
Are there any questions for Delegate Conaway? Well, lucky you. I don't see any questions, Delegate. So we'll go to the one and only one opponent, Tom Ballantyne, and you, sir, will have 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much. I hope for a favorable.
Thank you, Delegate.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Ballantyne on behalf of NIAP, Maryland, here in opposition to House Bill 1220. Without the lease provisions in this bill, state law recognizes the impossibility of performance defense as an excuse to excuse contractual performance. To qualify under this doctrine, parties are expected to mitigate the damages or perform the contract obligations in some alternative way. So our concern is the difference between that current case law standard and what the force majeure would do in many cases. In commercial real estate, the force majeure clause allows parties to be excused from their contract obligations after singular, unforeseen incidents that cause physical damage to the leased property, flood, fire, a casualty, a physical casualty to the building. An ongoing public health emergency that happens over months outside of the property is not a force majeure casualty. And the threat of pandemic was unforeseen in 2020, but today it is a possibility that people prepare for. During COVID, our businesses saw cash flow just disappear, drop off the table for tenants and for building owners. They had to work together to survive that, and that meant that the tenants that could pay and were working needed to meet their rent payments, so that there were adjustments made and delays for other tenants. Is that a 1 minute?
No, 30 seconds.
30 seconds. That's fine.
18 seconds.
This bill, we think, puts some uncertainty and some roadblocks into that kind of work in the future, and it treats the lease as a sort of business interruption insurance, which is really inappropriate.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions for Mr. Ballantyne? Seeing none, thank you very much. That ends the public hearing on House Bill 1220. It ends the public hearing altogether. Okay, so I have an announcement. Since we don't have Zoom and since we advertised our subcommittee meetings as exclusively Zoom, I don't think we can do our subcommittees this evening. So, what? I thought Zoom's not working. Oh, okay. In that case, announcements. Okay.
I just have a moment in history announcement,
Oh,
Mr. Chair.
Please.
If the subcommittee chairs want to go first, that's fine with me.
Yeah, well, why don't we
Yeah.
go to announcements? Delegate Boyce.
Thank you. Natural resources, we've been here for a minute. I say about 6:10 on Zoom. And we've got 5 bills. One I think we're moving, and the other 4 are just mainly discussion.
Okay. Anybody else? Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a big anniversary today. This is the 11th anniversary of one of our colleagues, the announcement of her participation in Neil Simon's California Suite, which our unknown colleague played Hannah in the play alongside her real-life husband. They played former spouses. It debuted in 2012 at Baltimore City's Vagabond Players. So if everyone could give a round of applause to Delegate Michelle Guyton.
Which play was it? Same time last?
The 11th anniversary.
No, what was the name of the play?
Oh, it's called California Suite.
California Suites. Well, there we go. I want a selfie. Okay. Any other announcements before we're adjourned? Okay, meeting adjourned.